Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for part two. And you know my boy Shawnee said, excuse me, and I agree with it. They want someone they can control, man child, that they would always need them. Like you said, they're not used to a real man. Once I see how they operate, I move to the next. Whoa! My reply is they be looking for Superman all day long, but they've been in the Daily Planet all day with Clark Kent with eyes not wanted or can perceive. You might as well get everybody might as well get on. We're doing a live panel. Guess what? You heard of Stone Cold Steve Austin. You heard of lukewarm Charles Faulkner, god damn it. There's no way but the way. See, the most fucked up part about this whole scenario is this. I'm tired of all the shit being said. I'm tired of all the vernacular being told when, first and foremost, how many of you motherfuckers out there, and guess what? We're cursing hard on this one. Cursing hard on this one. You want a real man, but to your specifications. Real men are not the men you want because you pray to God. Real men are real men because God said this is what you needed. Did you hear me or did you comprehend? Let's get some things straight. I'm not going to be everything for everybody. I'm not going to be what everybody wants them to be. Sometimes I'm going to be a little nice. Sometimes I'm going to be a whole lot nasty. Don't blame me. Blame my goddamn parents. God bless them both. I'm not here to be everybody's favorite. I'm not here to be the hero that you wanted. I'm the goddamn hero that you needed. I'm the goddamn policeman. Been that way for almost 20 years. Been the goddamn professional soldier, man, for almost 30. Hmm. You know what's funny? The day my mother turned so the year my mother turned 70 years old will be 30 years of holding a gun and country for God and country. A lot of people want to play these corny ass fucking rules. A lot of people want to play some corny ass rules. I don't do that. Sorry. You want the best for me? Then guess what? You're going to get the best, whether if you like it or not. This is what happens when you got a man that's confident in his own goddamn shoes. There is no hatred towards anybody. It's just a God given truth. There's no perception. There's no act. This is what the fuck a man who's confident in his abilities does. See, the problem, unlike them little pansies that you saw on that fucking film, is that a real man is not going to go by what the status quo is. A real man doesn't give a fuck about what you think of him, especially when shit needs to get done. If you're going to do business, sweetheart, do business the correct way. But you know what it really tells me? You don't really want to do business. You want business to be done for you. You want somebody to kiss your little ass. You don't give a fuck about me. You don't give a fuck about men like me. Because secretly, you know what the truth is. I outrank you. Men need to stop being ashamed of that shit. Stop being ashamed of outranking people. If you're great, you're supposed to. Well, I think that's a little harsh, Charles. Life's harsh. Get a fucking helmet. Well, I've never been treated right by a man. Whose fault is that? Me or you? Well. Is it my fault your mama didn't teach you how to pick a good man? Your daddy? Instead of grabbing a man because he's cute and he makes your little clit tingle, guess what? You're the one who coming up short. How can men go to some goddamn third world country and pick a better woman than you, but you can't pick a better man than him? Oh, oh, oh. Oh boy. Hell, I stopped questioning him. I just realized some people are just stupid. Well, that's not fair, Charles. Life ain't fair. That's why I never believed in equality. You want equals? If you want equality, go do a goddamn mathematical equation. That's the only true equal you'll ever see. That's the only equality you'll ever see. I don't want to hear it. My baby daddy ain't shit. What does that make you, a toilet? My baby daddy's a bum. What does that make you, a homeless shelter? Let's put it a straight buck. You don't want to be married. You don't want a good relationship because it's not cute to talk about good times. It's not. Charles, why you so mean? Am I mean or am I just truthful? Which one is it? If people want to get on the panel, I want some woos in the chat. I don't even give a fuck if you're a detractor because I'm praying for a detractor. I'm praying for somebody who doesn't believe in the same shit I believe in because god damn it, we believe in equity. we believe in we believe in actually telling the truth. There's friends of mine, so-called friends of mine today. I hear from you when you need me, but 2-3 weeks later, I don't hear from your punk ass. And then I'm a motherfucker if I point that shit out. I'm all kinds of shit. Tell you need it, bro. That's the reason why you can't feel sorry for people anymore in today's time. If you got if you got people who say, "Well, I think that's not fair." Listen, is it fair when a black man don't get what he deserves? Is it fair when a black man can't see his kids? If you're not gonna say the same thing for that, then guess what? We don't want to hear the shit. We don't care. There's something about that statement. We don't care. When black men stop caring, that's when the world's ready to listen. Oh man, if we can't convince that black man to give a fuck, can we get any other man to give a fuck? No. And why should you? Why should you? What have you done for me lately? Who's in the chat right now? Nobody cares. Well, well, you gotta understand how hard we have it. No, you don't. If the best you can do is make an excuse, then we don't need to talk. Oh, well, you got to understand that a lot of these chicks didn't have their daddy at home. Is that a me problem or is that a mommy problem? I wish, like upon a star, I could catch one of those dudes on that damn panel. I really do. Why should we give a damn about women who pick bad men when you have a plethora of great men around you? Sorry. Sorry. Give us something better. Give us something better. You keep saying there's not enough great black men to marry. No. What do you define as greatness? Let's break that shit down for 5 seconds. What do you define as greatness? A GNA and a street dude is not a power couple. I want you to think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Are those young men who are with FD Signifier, are they going to pick up a rifle and some Kevlar to defend this country? Or are they going to sit around whining, playing with their hair? Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Mr. Z said, well, one of them in a long term relationship. And you tell me one of them in a long term relationship, and I can tell you who's the bitch in the relationship. That's mean to say, Charles. Well, life's mean. Get a helmet. Get a helmet. It's one thing to make a complaint and you actually put your ass and your body and your heart, your love and your soul on the line. But it's another thing to be a straight bitch and never did anything in your life that's worthwhile and that's called manly. Manliness is actually rebuking cowardness. You want to talk about FD? Well, you know, a lot of these young cats. First and foremost, FD, how many young black men will willingly follow you? Because one thing I know about a lot of you motherfuckers that are from your ilk, you try to look down on the common man. I do not. Because that common man is the man that keeps America afloat, not somebody who wants to talk about some feminist fucking products. Not the men who are going to be why, why. Well, these incels, first of all, an incel is looking for love. That's the funniness. That's the funny and comical part about it. An incel couldn't get those women. That's the craziness about it all. The incel couldn't get the women. But you got to ask yourself this when you talk about, well, we need to make sure black women know how to be loved. How can you love a creature that doesn't love itself? You don't see black men putting weave in their hair, wearing wigs that look like somebody from a different race. If you truly loved yourself, you would have wore froze. You would have worn naturals. What did you do? You wanted to be that white woman so badly because you thought the white woman had something you didn't. All the fact of the matter was the white woman took the best of your men. How do you let other races of women get the best and brightest of your men, and you don't even know how to compete for them? I'll wait. I'll wait. How do you let everybody else get the best and brightest of your men, but you? We'll wait. We will literally wait and ask that question. See, those are questions nobody want to ask. You talk about passport bros, you go climbing, you go trying to shame them. How can you let other races and other cultures of women take your man? What did they say? One man's trash is another's treasure. How do you allow that? How do you allow that? How do you allow that, sister girl? You motherfuckers fumble a bag. You're not even smart enough to secure a future for you, your kids, and your man. You will literally leave a man making six figures for a bum. And then you get upset when men actually sit around and talk about it. You will get upset about that. You will literally sit down, get upset. Why you talk about my baby daddy? Why not? You can't outrank him. You can't outrank them. You can't outrank them.
Mhm. What's good?
What's up? I guess everybody wanted to see a part two.
Yeah, well, we got a part two here. Did you get a chance to check out AB's stream?
No,
I don't blame you.
I
Had a
tried
few
to
laughs.
get there by the time I got there.
Mm, yeah, understand. Hey, it was worth it. But hey, everything's good.
I mean, I noticed that people get upset about that. They want to talk about men that outrank them, but you can't get them.
It reflects everything we know about women. You know how women always say, I can't find somebody on my level? Bullshit. Truth is, you only see men in two ways. Either you deem them beneath you, which is the majority of men, or above you. And when women talk about the men, they're talking about the men that they deem above them, the ones they can't get access to.
And
Sweetheart,
and I don't
put
feel
down,
bad for you.
look at reality. Put
I
down
just,
that paper book novel. You're not a Disney princess. Grow the fuck up.
I just don't care. The saddest part about not caring is that when
Mhm.
you take all your hormones out of it, when you take all your feelings out of it, and you look at the situation ahead of you, and you say, "Wait a minute, every other woman calls me God on earth, and you're acting like a goddamn shame." Oh well,
I would say, if I'm not your cup of tea, then just say it.
what's up, Broken Blade?
Hey, broken.
That's the bad part because do you know
Hmm.
how many chicks still, and I will take myself as the individual, still want to try to friend zone you because they see your potential, but they want to keep you there as a friend because after all the other motherfuckers they fuck with, and trust me, I'll give you a perfect example.
Hmm.
Shorty got real shisty on me January around the 5th,
Damn.
2025, a year ago, right?
Hmm.
Contacts me October 2025, invites me to go out to a party with her, which I don't care one way or another. Tells me that, hey, I gotta uninvite you to the party because the chick that I invited, she wasn't sure that she could get off. Then why don't you stay with the person who says they can go? Well, I didn't want to have a whole crew. I said, you know what? When I cussed you out, it wasn't because of the party. It was because of some disloyal shit that you just did. If I wouldn't do that to you, if I invited you to go somewhere with me, guess what? I'm going to invite you and you only. Or if I did invite the original person, guess what?
Hmm.
They couldn't, and they had other plans, or they couldn't make it because of work. And guess what? I'm not going to go back into that other person. But then you want to be like, I did apologize. Well, you're not sincere about the apology. What you're mad about is because somebody's digging in your black ass.
And holding you accountable for what you did, for your misdeed.
But if I did the same thing to you,
Hmm.
I'll be three motherfuckers and a son of a bitch.
This is why I always ask questions about where this place at, what's going on, this and what kind of things are going to be happening there.
I,
And if
I'm,
you can't,
Damon, let me ask you
hmm?
this question. Were you a
Yeah.
professional soldier?
Excuse me?
Were you a professional soldier at one point in your life?
I was a soldier at one time in my life. Yeah.
I was a professional soldier at one time in my life as well, right?
We're
What
given
does
direct order. We
what does the word professional mean? It means two things.
you're a pro at what you do, and you're paid
And
to do it.
exactly.
You're
You
not an
could
amateur.
you could do something that most people on the planet Earth cannot do.
Hmm.
And when you play with people who are on that level, they judge you accordingly, right?
Yeah.
Because guess what? If you had to have my fucking six,
Hmm.
you had to have my fucking six. Guess what I'm gonna do?
You're gonna have my 6 in return.
And if you don't, when we get back to fucking safety or garrison, I'm gonna
It's Article 15 right there. You're gonna Article 15 my ass.
because what you did was disloyal.
You're supposed to look out for for the next man because that's your brother in arms. He's
But
supposed to
see,
make sure you get out alive just as well as you have to make sure he gets out of there alive.
that's the problem.
Hmm.
Women don't have loyalty.
Honor, respect, these are all things they don't understand, honestly. If you
This is
understand,
this is
they're
the
all with
reason why women make bad leaders. That they don't
it.
understand the concept of why you make a bad leader.
Mm-hmm.
Because a leader has to be
Mm-hmm.
accountable.
What's that one word? Accountable.
If I'm in charge and I
Mm-hmm.
fail my troops, I failed them.
You
Guess
failed everybody to protect them.
I don't believe in giving American flags. I'm not sure the tradition of Eritrea, but I'm pretty sure if a fallen soldier for your country fell, you would give them the flag to honor them, correct?
Actually, what they would do is they would send you a framed certificate of that person's face name, that with that person's photo on it, date of birth, date and place of birth, also date and place of of death. One of my uncles at his house, he has three, no, he has four, and they are of his late father-in-law and two of his and a couple of his wife's siblings, and that was from the Independence War.
Yeah, meaning you had to put blood on a fucking line.
We have pictures of our deceased relatives and whatnot, man.
Think about that shit.
I I remember seeing those certificates and whatnot, and remembering they sacrificed for a reason.
I want you to think about that. How honorable is it that my grandfather, my
Mhm.
uncle, my aunt, and a great uncle are buried in a fucking cemetery to honor veterans?
I can recall this. We have a cemetery on the west side of town, across the way from in Asmara, the capital of Eritrea. On the west, just outside the west end of the city, we have a cemetery called Patriot Cemetery. I've been there on 2 separate occasions to bury an uncle. I've been there a couple times to pay my respects and visit their graves every once in a while. And I've been there and I understand the significance of it. And it's called Patriot Cemetery, by the way. Well, that's its name in English. And I understand help. I understand sacrifice, not from just how many were killed, how many disabled veterans I crossed paths with. Some of them who know some of my family members and whatnot. When they find out, I did my national service and whatnot, they would sit me down like, come here, Stallion. When and everything? I said this and the third.
You know what the first thing vets ask younger vets? Are you okay?
No, they don't ask us that where I'm from because, we don't talk about the weakness like that. We talk about respect, honor, and duty, and for carrying and continuing the tradition. And I respect that.
Because most of them like, thank you for surviving, brother or sister.
Thank you for coming home.
Because sometimes the hardest mission is just to give a fuck.
Have you ever seen a bunch of veterans come together and they just, well, I'm sure you have done this yourself.
It's called
Met
veterans.
a bunch of veterans come together and they start, and their dark humor comes out.
That's how you cope. That's how you cope.
And they start reminiscing of old guys they lost back in the day, and they laugh and they honor them.
Yep.
They understand.
I'm gonna give you homework. I'm gonna give you homework, neighbor. Go look up a song called "Every Generation" by Ronnie Laws.
Every Generation by Ronnie Law. I'm looking it up. I got Spotify right now, so
listen to the lyrics.
Every Generation. Let me ask you something. Have you ever heard a song called "Handsome Johnny" by Richie Havens?
Nope.
Would you be surprised if I told you the late Richie Havens he co-wrote that song with Lou Gossett Jr.?
I would not be.
And Richie Havens was a folk singer. In fact, you're not gonna believe this. My dad had this on tape. It was in the DMV, 4th of July weekend, 1987. HBO broadcasted this with a couple of organizations, a tribute concert to Vietnam vets and whatnot. I've mentioned this concert before. Richie Havens performed at that concert. and he also brought out Lou Gossett Jr. to the stage, and they sung that song, Handsome Johnny. But I'll look up that song, Every Generation by Ronnie Law. Ronnie, how do you spell the last name?
Laws. Like law with an S.
All right, Ronnie Laws, Every Generation. Okay.
Listen to the lyrics.
All right. I'm gonna look that up later.
This is the reason why certain things are very important. When it comes to honor, when it comes to prestige, this is the reason why a lot of men get confused about women.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why? Very easily why. Because you don't understand men and women have differences when it comes to what? Honor, dignity, and respect.
How many women were taught the importance of protecting the family's honor?
What did I always say during that stream years ago? I said about the difference between She-Ra and He-Man.
When he summoned his sword, he said, by the power of Grayskull. She-Ra would say, for the honor of Grayskull. He did things by the power. She did things for the honor.
That's a very important statement I think I made out of a goddamn cartoon that most people don't even get to this day. The difference.
More like they refuse to, more like they don't care and don't bother or concern themselves with it until it's absolutely necessary. If you remember that clip that BGS, remember that AI clip that BGS put out?
Thank you, Blake. The fools get hot. Fools get stung, hide their heart, and play the game. That's what they fucking want you to do when it comes to this marriage shit.
Excuse me.
Because every generation of us lie.
We're all lied to in so many ways, man. Misled. Because the truth hurts. But then again, telling the truth is like ripping the Band-Aid off. Especially when you got when the scab's not completely healed. Always got to stay hydrated.
Fool gets stung, hides his heart, and play the game. That's what they want these young men to go back into. You want young men to forever play the sucker. Why should a young man forever play the sucker?
Mm. Oh, you listen to Handsome Johnny as well, Broken Blade? Yeah. I also remember a song called Freedom. That's also important.
Why should you, as a young man who got the whole world set out before him, play an unfair game? And I say kudos to those young men.
One of the greatest. One of the greatest quotes comes from a movie before you and I were born. The movie is called War Games. The greatest quote from that was,
The best way to win is not to play.
"No, the only winning move is not to play." Strange game, Professor Falcon. The only winning move is not to play.
And what happened when men started actually not playing?
The game falls apart. What would a casino be if people stopped gambling altogether? It would be an empty house. Women, and this is something I remember Patrice O'Neill said. Now, we've talked about women always trying to convince men to play a rigged game, right? But I remember Patrice O'Neill once talked about women don't see potential. They look at men as scratch lottery tickets. And if you got a winning ticket, you're going to hold on to it with both hands. And to the young men out there, and we've seen this for like many years, like so many young men who've become professional athletes. What's the first thing they want to say? Oh, I'm going to buy my mom a house and get her out of the hood and everything. Which is honorable.
But why didn't her husband buy her a house?
Why didn't she stay with the father? How many of these boys grew up without a father, and their first father figure was their coach?
And by then, you already fucked.
Mm-hmm. Hang on a second.
You already fucked. You are already fucked. On so many goddamn levels.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder, and the same question DMX asked back in 2001.
When bitches want from a nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. Everything she can't get from the nigga she wanted. Everything she couldn't get from that dude. Because she wants you to put every sacrificial thing out there on the ground.
Which is why social media is a disease in itself. Well, it's not social media is a disease. It's just women are junkies for attention. Just like people are all addicted to fame. It's worse. It's a worse drug than heroin.
That's what it is.
Do you understand the dopamine hit people get when they see those likes and positive comments when they post on social media? Some weird shit. It's weird. I mean, the other day, there's a couple of channels I follow. on Facebook. And I remember making a comment. Now, there's some people who like my comment. I appreciated that. I remember I got a negative one, but given the nature of the comment, I didn't like it. I didn't get upset or send a response. I just blocked that person.
Yeah.
And that's called maturity. Having the wherewithal and maturity to realize, I don't need this argument. I don't need this negativity. What consequence is this person to me?
What consequence are you to me, young brother?
Mm-hmm.
Young sister? Let's just keep it funky. What consequence are you to me? Nobody wants to talk about that part.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to talk about that part. What consequence are you to me? Because if we
And let's
really,
talk.
if we go back and ask that question vividly, and actually say, hey, I'm not getting what I want from you. What must I do to get what I need? I must maximize my wants and needs over yours.
If not, should if I can't get what I need from you, should I go get it someplace else?
And that's the cardinal sin of the black man in America. You are so guilt ridden over that you don't even want to say, hey, I deserve better. I deserve better. And I think that's the cardinal shame. I think that's the cardinal shame. What are you talking about, Charles? People love you for you. Ah, people love you for what you can do for them.
It's a shame so many people are so caught up in this, that, and the third. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all?
But then, when you smarten up in the world and you say, yo, I'm a good man, I'm a great man, by any standards you put me against,
Mm-hmm.
why am I not getting the results that a white man would get, an Asian man would get? You're looked at as less than if you ask for that.
They look at you like you crazy. It's basically they want what they want from you is you to continue being the magical Negro. The magical Negro does the right thing and not expect something in return. Excuse you?
What do you mean you need dignity?
What do you mean you need respect?
What do you mean you need honor?
You must be crazy. You want respect. You want recognition. You want a big parade? Ah, hell nah. No, I want some credit for my work. And if I'm contributing, I should be paid what I'm worth. If you're not doing that, I might as well go someplace else.
I'm gonna go where I get treated fairly. As a matter of fact, not even fairly, where I'm treated like a god.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Dropped my phone. Thank God for the protective glass.
Yes, Lord.
Or the case covering. Thank God I learned that. I had to learn that the hard way. But folks, if you're gonna whenever you buy a phone, make sure you get a good screen protector. Unless it comes with one pre-installed, and a good case cover.
Even
And
then,
also consider investing in go to iFixit.com. You can get toolboxes and toolkits for whatever you need to repair.
even then, in money we trust.
Yeah, that too. At the end of the day, to quote Sarge Willie P, they don't want to pay you,
They don't want
or
to
in
pay.
our case, they don't want to repay you. They want to be entitled to your efforts without anything in exchange, because transaction is considered a dirty word. I don't understand why.
Because
Whatever, for a decent trade, a good
you
fair
think you
trade.
don't have to compete. Well, you don't think you have to compete. Why would you?
That entitlement will get you. It will get you in the shit. It's like I will never understand why is it some people think that they have the right to just be disrespectful. Think they have the right to say whatever they want. Think they have the right to just do things and there will be no consequences. What is wrong with you?
Because that's how they were raised.
Because they believe the white man's ice is cold, the black man. They believe that the white man's ice is colder. I gotta work on my coon voice. Or was that a house slave voice? I don't know. I gotta work on that.
Same difference.
Yeah.
See, in Black America, we're not afraid to call it coons. That's the beautiful thing about being Black American.
Or tethers for that matter, but I would honestly say instead of just calling out the dudes who tethers, just reach out to some of the folks in that community and say, hey, yo, can you get your man?
And that's the biggest problem with tethers because a lot of tethers actually think very similar. You, as culturally Eritrean, are one of the few and far between. Because once you get to these American states, boy, that American dollar is cold.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I've had a conversation about tethers once with a few people, and I said, I get y'all's problem with them, and I understand what your issues with them is. And just like you guys can't hold the coons, responsible for this, that reason, and reason. As far as the tethers go, sometimes you got to reach out to, to others, like to the groups that they come from, and say like, hey, yo, we mean no disrespect, but can you get your man?
Especially if you notice one thing tethers have in common. They never believe in reparations because they know that's not their fight.
Look, here's my step on reparations. Regarding the question of reparations, I'd ask, why stop there? I even asked, why? How come are people even lobbying for an anti-black hate crime law? Excuse me. Or as Eddie Griffin would say, you need to put out a leave niggas alone law. Asian people got their law. They're not going to give one for Hispanics, but to the most recognized minority in America, the black people, y'all need it. As well as y'all having your right honored and respected. I mean, it shocks me. But I understand, like, and by extension, because we outsiders, we are black. Many of us from Africa and the Caribbean, we are technically black. And they can't differentiate us from y'all unless we open our big mouths or see our paperwork. But we'd end up being protected by such laws as well.
Yeah.
It benefits you guys first and foremost, primarily. We as a secondary. And those of us who become naturalized or, acquire U.S. citizenship by birth are also protected by those laws as citizens of the U.S. But at the same time, I don't care. But at the same time, like Dave Chappelle once said, what's a black man without his paranoia intact? He was talking about that in African American context. But I would say that question should be made global. Black, whether if you black at the end of the day, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, creed, religion, you always got to keep your head on a swivel.
And that's the point where a lot of blacks who come over don't understand. Because you have to look at why are black people the way they are in America. There's a reason why Frank Castle went ballistic after his family died. Is Frank Castle really crazy? Or he's just settling, or he's just equalizing what he saw in the world?
Frank Castle wasn't crazy. Frank Castle was traumatized in such a way, and he had so much taken from him that he said no more. And that's how the Punisher came about. This isn't justice. This isn't revenge. This is punishment. Have you ever seen the movie Man Apart with Vin Diesel?
Some of it.
He's smacking. Hey, salute to Sand Dog. Admiral Smoke.
You got to understand something.
Mm-hmm.
When you have two people who understands that one, in order for me to be on top, I got to subjugate you. But that other
Mm-hmm.
guy has nothing but freedom. Am I wrong because I react the way the environment showed me how to react? Am I wrong
No.
for going against the culture that says you're a slave when you want the same goddamn freedoms everybody else you see around me? This is what I say.
No.
This is what I say about religion. If everybody else around me gets to prosper on earth and don't have to wait to heaven to do so, then that's not a religion I need, is it?
No. I remember somebody once, there's a quote that said, to the believer, religion is real. To the skeptic, the religion is not. But to the people in power, religion is useful.
If I, as a man, the ultimate American, which the black community, the ADOS community has been,
Mm-hmm.
if I could go in front of fucking Congress, if I could go in front of President Trump, the Supreme Court, and say these fucking words, what war could you win without me? What could they say? None.
None. You would be absolute fool to say we can win a war without you.
If I, as the best father in the world, say that I produce the best children you've ever seen, why do you make sure you go out of your way to make sure I don't see them?
Guy sang that song back in 2000. Why you want to keep me from my baby? Aaron Hall was thinking about the frustrations of being a father, but being separated from his son. You have to fight constantly to be in your children's lives.
But here's the
I think it's a disservice. Go ahead.
Question nobody wants to talk about. Why should I have to fight at all?
Oh, thank you, Broken Blade. Insert crickets.
Insert crickets. Why should I have to fight at all? Like I told you about my boy Shawnee.
Mm-hmm.
When he texted me, he said, "No lies told. Fumbled the bag. Fumbled a fucking bag.
Fumbled the ball. She fumbled the bag. What running back made the biggest fumble this season?
You could have said Derrick Henry the first game. Fumble. You know, and this is the part where people don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us are living forever and a day in the immortal foxhole.
Oh, that foxhole. The foxhole, deep in the trenches, trapped in a cave.
Deep in the battlefield covered in blood.
Trapped in the desert, in the open air deserts.
There's an airborne ranger covered in nothing but blood. See, this is what that chick told me about men being scared. No. You don't understand what fear is when you have a fucking sniper's round come false a foot away from your fucking face.
And you don't know where he is.
You don't know fear. when you got a goddamn fucking Marine who's trapped and been pinned down for 9 hours, and you got they sent your team in to go rescue him. But you want to tell me I'm scared about a fucking woman who wants to talk about some shit? When did you fight? When did you volunteer? When did you put your blood, sweat, tears on a fucking line? You feminist bitch. See, the only reason you can complain is because of men like me. You're not looking, when somebody breaks into your fucking home, you're not looking for the feminist ideology. You're looking for patriarchy to come kick in that door and rescue you. You're looking for the real tough and settled men. You're not looking for those men at that fucking round table. You're not looking for that trans
Be right
man.
back.
All right. You're not looking for that gay man. You're looking at the motherfuckers who can hold that line and if need be, fucking take down that fucking wall. You were in support. You were in goddamn support if I go to another country and rob, pillage, and destroy it for its resources. As long as you could get your little fucking Gucci bag, as long as you could take your little fucking island vacation once or twice a year, you don't give a fuck less. You only want feminism when everything's safe and sound, but as soon as a 9/11 happened, as soon as an Oklahoma bombing happened, as soon as a riot happened, you're looking for men like me and say, "Where art thou?" Notice what he's saying in the middle. I'm Black Superman. They don't look for no white boy to come save them. They look for that black man to save them. Even white boys look for you. You are the ultimate hero. You are the one that they put down in the bottom and says, "Come save me, black man." George Washington Carver had hundreds of inventions that kept America afloat economically after we were broke after the Civil War. One of the cruelest jokes played on a black man had to be Charles Drew. The invention I utilized would have saved my life if it wasn't for fucking racism. And then here's the funny part. How much more would this man would have created if you would have saved his life? But you got it so hard as a fucking woman. And this is the reason why I shout out to Captain Jack Sandog. Stop the fucking idol worship. You talk about you the fucking least protected, but notice there's a correlation. You're the least married. You make your sons weak. All the people willing to protect you, you shoo away. I don't want to hear this shit anymore. I don't care anymore. Quite honestly. Captain Jack, if you can make it, please come up. But this is what I always said. You don't know when to give the olive branch and the sword. You got all this black greatness that you can speak about this whole month, but what have you done in the last 2 years? 5 years, 10 years? Only Black America could talk about the wrongs of Jesse Jackson, but I can ask you this one question, Black people: what have you done to equal him?
I'm back. Speaking of Jesse Jackson Sr., may he rest in peace. It was his time to go.
What have you done to equal him?
Let's not forget, when you had those three servicemen who were held hostage in Serbia, who went to go get them?
Answer the question, man.
Mm-hmm. Hell, Chris Rock had a joke about that. I understand everybody's still mad at him because of the hot mic we said about Obama on the hot mic and everything. But could y'all imagine what it would have been like if it was Jesse instead of Bush Sr., who became the 40th president of the United States?
Let's talk some real shit.
Let's talk some real shit.
Yeah, I like Obama because Obama was the softer talking Negro. We all voted for him. Nice to see a black man in there. But that lets you know the tester, all you need was a representation of blackness and not the authentic shit.
H. Rip Brown talked about that back in the 60s. He said that's just tokenism. Unless he's in there to put in the work. And let's not forget the timing of his presidency. He comes in at a time when Gesundheit.
Nice.
He comes in at a time when the economy is spiraling out of control with the subprime mortgage scandal. Oil had already hit $100 a barrel. And let's not forget, the price of wheat went up around that time. The price of grain, the price of corn had gone up on the stock market, yo. And most of that was because, they were using some of that for like ethanol and biodiesel and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was in Eritrea at the time, and I was talking with a friend of mine at a cafe about that, and he broke it down for me because he was an economics major.
You know how many people get mad at me because of my voting choice?
You have a right to vote who you vote.
But people get mad. But yet,
would you? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, these are the same motherfuckers who will vote an idiot in. All I got
now. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on a second. If we're talking about Joe Biden, he wasn't an idiot. He was senile and should not have been anywhere near the presidency.
Oh yeah, but we're talking about the Kamala. You got to say her name right. That's what the chick.
Kamala.
I said first.
Kamala Aisha.
First of all,
mm-hmm.
Let's just say it. She was raised by her Indian mom. Was she really
Indian mom after depressed? Yeah.
Was she really culturally black?
Her godmother was black, and she was the reason why she went to Howard in Oakland.
So you're telling me how much did that godmother spend with her compared to her mama?
That woman was babysitter from what I understood. But then again, she also spent time. So let's not forget, she also spent time in Canada, in Ontario, in around Toronto, for high school. When her mom's job, relocated them there. Then she moved back to the States. She went to Howard. But You know, did you ever watch her interview with Shannon Sharp?
Nope.
Remember BGS? I think BGS covered it, and you know, you could tell that was the most authentic. That was the most authentic that she ever was. When she actually, you know, was relatively keeping it real, but she was not credible. But it's also been argued that, you know, she was just the fall woman for this. She was the one who was supposed to take the fall for this mess. I don't think they were serious about her, you know, running and winning the presidency. So she was set up for failure.
Nope.
So I don't care. But then again, I look at 2024 the same way I look at 2016. It didn't matter who came into the Oval Office. At the end of the day, the American public, in one way or another, is collectively fucked. Especially given the circumstances that the country's in and how the world is in. Thank you, Broken Blade. Thank you, Broken Blade, for your comments, man. You were keep bringing them in, man. Appreciate that.
This is the reason why I said that tether, which she was, only utilized that AKA status to garner the eye of black women. Not even black people, just black women.
Black women. Here's the funny thing. If she goes to India, she's not even seen as an Indian.
But she claimed it.
She's what I know she claims being Indian through her father, through her mother. But you know, in India, they would still refer to her as a Kala, which is a derogatory term for black people. Oh yeah, people forget. And pay attention to this, folks. Like I said, I'm East African. East Africans, we have a different history when it comes to slavery. We're the focal point for the Trans-Sahara, Trans-Indian Ocean slave trade. So they were sending slaves. So people were taken from various ports, especially up and down that Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Indian Ocean, sending them to the Arabian Peninsula, to the Levant, in and around the Persian/Arabian Gulf, even as far north as the Caucasus, but as far east as India and the Malay archipelago. I'm talking about Malaysia and Indonesia here, folks. And you have a group of people in India. There's a people called the Siddhi. These are descendants of African slaves, predominantly Muslim, and many of them are still socially on the fringes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Captain Jack Sandog.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Kareem, brother.
Thank you, man. Same to you, man. Walaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. Happy Ramadan.
Walaikum salam, Charles. How you guys doing, man?
Happy Ramadan.
Oh, we good.
Happy Ramadan to my Muslim brothers and sisters. You know, peaceful and happy Lent to all my Catholics and Christians.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying?
The Orthodox start their Lent tomorrow, so I better call home later tonight.
You know,
ooh, Mama gonna be happy to hear from you.
It's a happy time for all my Abrahamic religions. At least it should be.
Yeah, man. But you know, like I just wanted to, when Charles was bringing up, have you ever won a war without me? Sad and most unfortunately, if you're the United States, exclusion of your African American community, you ended up fighting with one arm behind your back, right? Because a lot of the word now is DEI, but what people don't understand is that like Jim Crow would be the ultimate form of DEI, right? So if you look at it, when has white America ever openly competed with anybody? This open competition is recent, right? So competing with other ethnic groups within America, competing with the globe, because remember, you have a military apparatus and a diplomatic machine that goes out and competes with the world, but the people internally are not built for that competition, right? And that would be, at least from my perspective, that would largely be that within the United States itself, there was never a meritocracy. This whole concept that the best and the brightest would rise to the top, because if that were true, right, Asian Americans and some African immigrants who are now American will be running the country, right? Because technically speaking, as of right now, those are our most accomplished people. But that's not what the case is. When you look at what Charles asked, what war have you won without me? As sad and most unfortunately, right, for America, even if you're going to look at yourself as a community, right, what America has never done or hasn't done with Black America successfully is, one, have a shared history and collective memory. That's one. Cultural traditions and rituals. Two, right? Geography and environment, social connections and relationships, values and beliefs, leadership and institutions, external perceptions, change and adaptation. So what America has never done is really, or hasn't done well in the past, is really form community with Black America. Because look, a lot of what most people know about Black America is nothing more than media propaganda. Again, the United States could have told the world about Crispus Attucks, could have told the world about Elijah McCoy, could have told the world about Booker T. Washington, could have told the world about Lewis Latimer, but it chose not to. It chose to tell the world Goldie. It chose to tell the world gangster rap. And so if you weren't in Black America or a member of Black America in the 80s or the 90s, you would think that gangster rap is our value system. You would think that that's who we are. But unfortunately, our community wasn't more powerful than the media machine that exists, right? Because American media is invested in by a multinational corporation with billions of dollars. How are people who are fresh out of Jim Crow going to fight that? Right? It's completely unrealistic. And the frustration that I have as an African American, especially with people, worldwide, like, when you get to my people of the Eastern Hemisphere and other groups of people, when I talk to people now, everything is propaganda. But I'm like, but when they put Black Americans on TV, it wasn't propaganda then. So when I talk to people from Africa, now it's propaganda. The Middle East, now it's propaganda. China, now it's propaganda. And I was like, but everything you know, or a lot of what you think you know about me, is propaganda. Right? And so it would be very difficult, extraordinarily difficult, for a group of people coming out of Jim Crow to fight a multi-billion-dollar machine. Remember, America is a militaristic society, right? And that not only includes hard power, but that also includes soft power, right, of our media, right, which is no longer independent. Remember, the media used to be the fourth estate. It's not the fourth estate. It's owned by Sandog and multi-billion-dollar corporations and everybody else who want a particular message to go out and to be sold. So sad and most unfortunately, the fact that Black America, we may not have invented America, but we've innovated it. So the same way with the light bulb does not work without Lewis Latimer. And America, the America that so many refugees or immigrants or people run to, is actually an innovation of Black America. Because again, shout out to white America. Look at your history. White America wanted nothing to do with a lot of immigrant groups when they came to the United States. So you know who you had to live with when you came to America? Us. So
Mm-hmm.
if you are successful coming from Asia or Africa, especially, but even some of the Italians and your Poles or Russians and everything else, when you first come to America, you start with us. So if you find yourself successful in a generation or two, right? And you turn around and tell Black Americans, well, why can't you do it? Again, we don't have policies of enslavement and systematic segregation to prevent you from being successful. We have no desire to prevent it. African Americans are the least xenophobic people on the planet, which is why so many communities have come to the United States, lived with Black America, and went on to have done great things. But that's not, even though, and that's how powerful media is. So even though you experienced it as an ethnic group, media is so powerful that you can't even look back at your own reality and push back on it. I'm shutting up. My mouth is dry.
Yeah, I can understand that. Oof.
That's one of the
It's easy.
fatal
It's
flaws.
hard to talk when you're fasting, but yeah, go ahead.
That's one of the fatal flaws there. It's because, what was that Sojourner Truth statement? Ain't I a woman?
Hmm.
The Black American men should have a statement called Ain't I a Soldier?
Do you remember how was it back in the day during the civil rights movement? You had people holding out some people picketing with signs saying, "I'm a man. I am a man." That's a man calling out people to respect and acknowledge his humanity. And the way I look at it,
Why should we?
hmm,
Why should we?
acknowledge your humanity as a black man. Hey, peace out, old stand dog. Um, People forget that we are still human beings, but what you've been dehumanized for so long, only to have your humanity, only to be released from that type of bondage, but still be treated as a second class citizen, should come as no surprise that you
Think
have to
about it.
continue to fight. The fight is not over because yeah, you're achieving one thing, but the powers that be are going to continue to.
What do I
Ray,
always say?
Sandog. Wait, hold on a second. Ray Sandog is.
What do I always tell you what white supremacy is?
It's about white men staying on top no matter what the price is. So which means every time you guys try to progress, they're going to try to shift the goalposts in some shape or form.
White supremacy is, as I state, welfare for white male mediocrity.
Ooh, I like that.
So, without white supremacy,
Mhm.
Without feminism,
Hmm.
which is a branch of what?
White supremacy.
You needed feminism. Why? Because that
Because
black.
white women could not compete with black men, and it had sickened them that black men got the vote before they did.
Not just that.
All men got the right to vote.
Well, how did men get the right to vote?
There was a compromise made after the American Civil War.
Here's the simple answer: war.
Was it 14? War.
War.
Men fought for their country, and the
This
least
is
they could do was given basic rights.
this is why I
Mhm.
told that feminist chick. This is why
Mhm.
I told that feminist chick. If you think men are afraid of what women think, you are so sadly mistaken. We don't give a goddamn. Okay? Never did, never will.
Only thing you
We
should be
fought.
fearful of, most guys, the only thing they're fearful of is what that woman could convince other men to do to him. But even then, he's got to be like, I'm not having it, and has to make sure he's got the right set of incentives and deterrents to protect himself. That is
With
your
that,
God given right to protect yourself, defend yourself at all times.
with that being said,
Hmm.
when you fight like I had to fight, the only reason you got the right to vote is because you bitch, moan, and complained, and we thought about you.
The 19th Amendment, folks, back in 1920, that was instated.
You didn't go through wars like black men had to. Hell, let's look
Hmm.
at today. What were you? What were you going to put your ass on the line like those black men in the Revolutionary War?
We were sewing flags with Betsy Ross. How many white women were willing to stand for the cause in the sense that they happily engaged in espionage,
Fuck that. Fuck that. You giving them too easy run.
intelligence?
How many of them were going to willingly birth enough sons to give to the cause?
Good question.
Was your son going to be coming up for war?
How many women were willing to sacrifice a son for that war or daughter?
Many of you. Many of you betrayed your own sons. Why? For trinkets? For trinkets. Not what you were willing to do. Not what needed to be done. But fucking trinkets, dude.
Something
Oh,
shiny.
I hate that shit. I hate it when this. Let me go back in here and unbox Sand Dogs.
What happened?
I accidentally blocked them.
Oh shit!
This is stupid shit sometimes on
He didn't mean it to stand out. That was by accident. Okay, you're unhidden now. All right, cool.
And my bad, Sandog. Please come
Yeah,
up when
shit happens.
please come back up when you get a chance again.
Ray says he's going to be joining us soon, so he's got to take care of a couple of things.
That's
Getting
cool.
his grub on. I appreciate that. I will say this. This month, when you ask people name anything that's happened recently in Black History Month, I'm sure a lot of people are going to bring up Jussie Smollett.
I hope not.
And that, I hope, if they do, let's address it and let's put it to bed. If somebody goes, what about Jussie Smollett? I'll be like, what about him?
He's a joke.
Let's not forget, it wasn't black people who were jumping up saying justice for Juicy. It was the LGBT community. Because black folks looked at the case and realized, nah, this doesn't make any sense.
He was a joke. And that's
It
what
was
I
a
get
joke that got way out of control. Mm-hmm.
He was a joke. Too many fucking people want to claim black and want to claim help of black people when they're legitimate jokes.
He embarrassed himself big time. Yeah.
I guess. Sandog is FDA.
Yeah. Come on, man. Ain't no, you can't be any more FBA than a brother who sounds like Biggie Smalls. Oh, baby, baby. Could you imagine Sandog wearing one of the big colorful sweaters and the same sunglasses looking like Biggie right now?
I mean, Sandog is from New York, so it's not that far fetched.
Well, he's from Brooklyn. Yeah, he's from the same borough.
Gotta love the Coogee.
Mm-hmm. That same sweater that Michael B. Jordan wore at the end of Sinners.
Yep, that was the Coogee.
The Coogee one, yeah.
I actually have one.
Man, especially with that gold tooth and they remember the high top fade and everything.
That was so 90s, boy.
Oh man,
That was a good time to be alive. I had a Coogee.
I don't think I had one. I don't think I had a Coogee. Hey, you remember Cross Colors?
Oh yeah, I wore that too.
Oh yeah, that was dope. I'm just glad we leave it there. Leave that shit there, just like they got to leave the Jerry curl back then. Don't bring it back. Leave it alone.
Yeah, I can see you with a mean Jerry curl.
I have box braids. Don't go there. Let's not go there. I have box braids like Johnny Kemp.
I can see you with the Jerry curl action, boy.
You know, yo. I remember saying that I got a cousin in Toronto. We talk about baseball. We both played baseball growing up. And we were talking about, he's a younger millennial, he's like mid to late 80s. And I said, you know what? I'm glad they never brought back caste system, Killwood City. Good point, LAPD Sweat. But we talked about don't bring back the Jerry curl. And we talked about Juan Canadian Guzman, and Snowman knows where I'm going with this. 1992-93, he was part of the teams that won back-to-back World Series with Blue Jays. But I would say this motherfucker should have been checked by the umpires, because instead of an illegal substance, he greased the ball with the Jerry curl juice, man. That ball had activator in it, all over it. That's why they couldn't hit it. Because he was drip dropping with his Jerry curl. He was drip dropping, and he muddied up the goddamn pitcher's mound.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you remember that scene from Coming to America? When what's his name? What's the name of the actor who played Soul Glow brother?
Just so.
Okay. When his parents came to the McDowell house, remember the back of their heads just greased up the back, the car, the
Oh yeah.
Mr. McDowell's is. This is why most of y'all have to. It explains why everybody had plastic covering on their couches. Why it was needed.
Oh yeah.
Either that or leather couches.
I was like to be sliding off that couch like a goddamn
Slip and slide.
Oh. That is called black culture 101. Soul Glow.
Greasy and whatever Jermaine Jackson's got on his head. He greasy. Oh, LAP saw 1964 rebellion, Zanzibar in April of 1960. Kill West City.
Oh yeah. Think about it, all right? Even in your country's war of independence, the women weren't doing the heavy lifting, were they?
Oh,
they supported.
They were they were side by side with the men. You had women who were killed in action.
Yeah.
I've got aunts who will look. Charles, I got aunts who will look at you right now and tell you, sit your ass down. If you even get out of line.
Let me put it to you this way. But they knew that they couldn't win that war without the men, could they?
No, they had a role. They said, listen, we can't do this without y'all, but y'all can't do this out without us.
But
whether they were out on the front lines and support, everybody put in their role and everything.
This is what
everybody played the role.
This is what question I ask all the feminists. When are you going to take up arms?
They never talk about the war in Algeria. They don't talk about the Eritrean independence war. They don't talk about the Ethiopian civil war that was going on at the same time. They don't talk about Algeria. Look at the ANC's militant wing. They had women in that. Women fought in Zimbabwe's independence from white rule. But they don't want to talk about that. They don't talk about women fighting alongside the men in Vietnam. In North Vietnamese, that is. I'm sure Charles Sr. talked about that. He'd seen that shit.
Who's always doing the heavy lifting?
It was always the men. The women knew their position in all this. If they weren't involved in combat, women were involved in administration. Women were involved in teaching in the revolutionary education schools. Hell, do you remember the name? Have you ever heard the name Hanoi Hannah? That was a Vietnamese woman who was well versed in English, who did broadcasts from North Vietnam, directed at U.S. servicemen with their propaganda radio. Big shout out to the was it Ryan Coogler who also produced the Five Bloods, which was Chadwick Boseman's last movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, R.I.P. to Isaiah Whitlock Jr. Clay Davis, Davis. Him. Delroy Lindo did a great did a great portrayal of an excellent portrayal of a brother battling PTSD. Jonathan Majors was good in that movie as well, as a young man trying to come to terms with his relationship with his father.
There's a lot of times you got to understand something. When you separate a boy from his father, you separate him from his legacy.
You separate him from his. You separate him from his connection to his paternal side of the family. You
His
can you
legacy.
separate him, his legacy, and you separate him from an important half of his ancestry.
Think about it. That's the name he's got to carry. I'm going to say this, and I know a lot of you might not have heard this, but this is going to be the first time for a lot of you.
Brace yourselves.
If a mother names a child after their last name, that's a lot of hatred she carried for that man. That's a lot of hatred she carried for that man.
Mm-hmm.
If a man carries his mother's last name, your mother had a lot of hatred. And that's what they don't want to hear. And why, at any given night, before the algorithm turned against me, I could have 150 people listening to me right now, 200 people. I remember I had a stream 7 o'clock in the morning. I had 200 people listening to me live.
Bro, I remember one stream you did with a certain individual who I'm not going to mention, but immediately, how many brothers on that who were listening to that stream mentioned their tour, mentioned when the branch of the military they enlisted in between when and when, showing their respect to the armed forces. And that was the first time I let you, and that was the first time I let you in about my dad.
I already knew something about your dad when you had the symbol of the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah. The minute I asked you, do you know what the symbol is? I told you that's my father.
And I said, that's and you were shocked when I told you that's the Army Corps of Engineers.
No, I knew you knew that, but I told you my father served for them. That's why I know so much about you guys.
Oh yeah. So I was like, you had to know something, unless you were in it or you knew something about it.
Mm-hmm. Black Guru was there, and he didn't know about it. He said, "Charles, can you please tell me about the Army Corps of Engineers?"
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those are your bridge builders and your people who blow shit up for you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Cal, the rapper, aka whose government name is Michael Tyler. He served in Desert Storm and for engineering unit, and their job was to clear landmines.
That is not an easy gig.
No, you haven't, especially 1991, 91. That was way dangerous back then.
People forget I'm a quartermaster boy.
Mm-hmm.
But I volunteered for QRF in Iraq. So if anybody who knows anything about QRF, during Operation Iraqi Freedom 2, they know I was on some hood shit. I could send the documentation. I had 354 missions, and the first 6 months are documented.
At 5'10", and 250, this guy was no joke, folks.
When you had to go in places, when you had places that we had to go to dangerous fucking places to do things, I'm proud of my service. This is what I'll tell all the people. Are you proud of what the fuck you've done? What legacy do you hold? What can your kids say about you when you die?
In the case of Peanut, my father served my father's like his father before him proudly served this country, as I will, and I carry on their legacies while establishing mine.
May God bless all those who serve. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? God bless you.
Hey, Ray,
Hey, bro, how you been?
Hey, Ray, did you get a chance to read it?
Nope. Right when I was about to, I got distracted with something else entirely different. Then
You're missing one of the best modern stories ever, man.
But one of the problems I'm having is the order of it. Like, which order do I go through? Like, because you sent me like 5 of them.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, whenever you send me, because I'm had to mark it as like, okay, that you're a recognizable email. So now, when you send me shit, it's gonna come directly to my main inbox. So
Tell me what you think about the way I formatted it.
yeah, all right. Because
You're gonna love it, especially if you love anime comics.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna
oh, dude, yeah.
you like the pictures, right? The
Oh,
character.
dude, yeah. But I was able to see that though. Yeah, because that's how I was able to. That's why I was gonna get into it. But then I got distracted with something else, and then I went to sleep. But
Because now that you see every picture, you can visualize it even better with each character.
yeah. Oh man, I was like, dude, I was like, how you make this shit? Damn.
How have you been, Ray?
I'm good, man.
Everything all right over there where you're at? Everything cool in the Midwest?
Yep, I'm all
I
right.
tell,
Mm-hmm.
I tell a lot of people all the time about black men. I said, look, black men are not trying to be out here to be. We just want our fair share of the lot. Everybody else wants to get their millions upon millions. We just want our fair share.
40
Shit,
acres
yeah.
and a mule.
Why do you think they took out Dr. King when he said we coming to get our check?
Hey, Namer, put your email in there because I have some questions to ask you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, man.
I
That's
typed
why
in
I
the
would
back
like
chat for
to.
you.
All right, right on. Because
Mm-hmm.
that's why I refer to people to you who are in the military and who I be come across and chopping up with, and that's been very easy for me. It's not that hard. So to chop up with somebody who I really don't know, what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and they can just take off. You know how it is. So yeah, and I'll come
Yeah.
across at times, guys who are in the military or was in the military and and they express deep concern with what's going on to where they're left like at a blank to where they're like, man, um, what are we really fighting for, man, with all this shit going on, like so with that kind of level of discouragement and it's military related, that's why I refer them to you. So I'd be like, holler at Charles, because he can provide you, with the clarity you need.
Fair enough. There's a lot of things that need to be clarified. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that have been muddied up.
I mean, yeah, because a lot of them piss, a lot of them, are in that red pill stage, or I mean, the red pill rage stage, what I mean, and they're trying to come out of
Mm-hmm.
it. So yeah, no,
My
that's
question
another
to those who are stuck in
that's
there.
another topic. That's another topic, Namer.
Mm-hmm.
Like red pill raging in the military.
You got guys who are raging in the military for over several things. I raged about certain things, but I kept that rage internally because I knew if I expressed it, yeah, I'd probably get my ass whooped for it.
There's a lot of things that
Some of them thinking about like just quitting.
there's a lot of things that as a man, we all got stuff we got to answer for. We just pray that everybody gives us an understanding ear.
Indeed.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, some people just rather prejudge. Everybody's got that confirmation bias and whatnot. Yeah. So when I look at certain things, I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't be surprised.
But it's like I come across them a lot of them, you know, in these talks without going too deep.
Mhm.
But they'll say like, man, like they're discouraged from, you know, for wanting to go and put up that fight, you know, within the military, you know, to fight to have a family and to fight for your family and your country. And they feel like, well, why should I fight when you know when they make it this hard to have a family and for when why should I fight because you know and try to have a family at the same time while pursuing this military career for when
Mhm.
my wife is going to do something vile to cause the family the household to crumble.
It's interesting you bring that up. Like, how many brothers also talking about how many young men are thinking, why should I go into the military? Especially considering I got veterans in my family who got the short end of the stick. Let's not forget how many of them have family members who've been like who are veterans who got screwed over by the VA, and they see
Well,
what
yeah,
happened to
that's my
them.
point. That's my point. Like those who are within the military, who are
Yes, it is.
questioning if they should go further along within their military career or just cut it short, like at 4 years or something.
I
I think
think
that's the term.
4 years, unless you really like it, you know,
Hmm.
4 years is good enough. I think that a lot of times young men need that service, especially in the black community where everything you do is a crime as a man.
In Israel, a lot of the Beta Israels, those are Ethiopian Jews, like any other black folks who are living in that country. They look at the military as an opportunity because the fact that you've served in the IDF, it's in that, and you have that on your resume or your CV, as they call it in the rest of the world. That at least gets your foot in the door. And a lot of them proudly serve, even though they know that they got to still deal with the racism and everything in the country. But they understand this is the only place they got. They know they left one country to come here for a better life. And many of them were born into this society but realize this is how it is, and we got to make the most of it. But that doesn't mean they're not fighting again. They're not fighting racism. They're still fighting it, but they're doing it while battling everything else. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
LAPD SWAT just mentioned this. Don't forget that some of the most deadliest snipers in the Russian military, well, the Soviet military, were women, and they fought
Of course.
for their national survival.
Of course.
Ludmila Pavlochenko, who was Ukrainian, she was called the lady. She was called the Lady of Death.
That
I
was
mentioned
one of,
that
that
remind
was,
me. Go ahead.
that was one of Eleanor Roosevelt's good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yeah, Ludmila Pavlochenko was her name. She was a Ukrainian.
I give Eleanor Roosevelt credit. She might have been a feminist, but at least she said, "Hey, you got to credit." She said, "Give me those Tuskegee Airmen to guide me when I go to Europe."
Hell yeah.
Shit.
How? In fact, how many women serve in the Israeli military happily?
I just found out there was there is a female led revolution in Syria. I told BGS this, so I'm like, he wasn't really shocked, but I mean, I wasn't really shocked, but this was news to me though.
I mean, look at Wonder Woman.
Ray, you'd be surprised that during the civil war in Syria, as well as how it was connected with what was going on in Iraq with ISIL, the Syrian Kurds, they had a subdivision all comprised of women. Those women gave ISIL, the so-called Islamic State, all kinds of hell because these Islamists were fearful of getting killed by these women because they believe if they get killed by a woman, they will end up in hell. And these Kurdish women fought bravely because they saw what happened to the Kurd. Yeah,
That's one of the beliefs of one of the Muslim sectors, right? Like the Sunnis or something.
Islamic State, they're like strict, like extreme Sunnis
They're
amongst
extremists.
Salafists, and they're extremists, and
Yeah, I
they
figured
want
so.
to establish like, yeah, Sunni, I believe, yeah, Sunni because they hate Shias. But the Kurds, here's the thing. It's Arab centric because the Kurds are not Arabs. They're actually ethnically, linguistically related to Persians. And the Kurds in Iraq, they suffered the wrath of ISIS. And the Kurds in Syria, when they saw these guys try to spill over and try to take over a part of their homeland, they fought back. And they aligned with themselves with the Kurds in Iraq to fight these people. And in Syria, there was an all-women's unit of Syrian Kurds who brought all kinds of hell because these insurgents, many of them who are foreigners, have never seen women wielding rifles like that before. They've never seen women like in that kind of position before. That scared the hell out of them. And they thought to be killed by a woman is dishonorable or some shit like that. And I'm like, well, if you come into their territory and start shit, of course the women are going to fight back. They're going to fight back to protect themselves and their children. Even if you take out the men, they're going to be like, we're not having it. People also forget that in Japan, feudal Japan, samurai families would train the women in Bushido because it was a woman's responsibility to protect the home when her samurai husband was away at war.
Hell, there was female ninjas. Shit.
Female shinobis, yeah, female ninjas. But the thing is, ninjas came from the working class.
Kenosha.
Shinobi is what the actual name is. Ninjutsu is the art. So ninja comes from the art ninjutsu.
Yeah, I got it, bro. I got that part. Yeah, me.
It's cool.
Female
But,
ninjas.
yeah, but they would come. But female shinobis, unlike the men, they could disguise themselves as geishas, as minstrels, kabuki artists, and they were able to infiltrate better.
Because nobody suspected from a woman.
Nobody suspected from a woman. You have to be very careful. This is why, hell, I mean, there was an old Japanese movie. It had a sequel. It was a samurai movie about a female samurai. Hang on, let me look up the name. I think it was Lady Snow, Blood Snow or something like that, or Snowblood. Hang on.
I'm subscribed to that Wu-Tang channel. They be posting a lot of movies. They be posting movies every day. The old classics. Even movies, damn it, that I haven't even seen yet.
Yeah, kung fu movies, but hey, don't forget about the samurai movies from back then. They were.
They don't just do kung fu movies. They show that. They show that too.
Snowblood. Lady Snowblood was the name.
Mm. Snowblood, yeah, they do be having their little weird, odd names.
Yeah. Snowblood.
But,
No,
I mean,
Snowblood comes.
not
Well,
names,
there's a
but
reason.
titles, movie
Yeah. Well,
titles.
yeah, but the movie titles had a point.
Now I'm saying they do be having weird titles.
Mhm.
Yeah, I ain't got it.
Shuriaki Hime, as it's called in Japanese. It's a 1973 movie
Okay.
by Toshiya Fujita and starring Meiko Kaji. It's based on a manga series of the same name by Katsuo Koike and Kazuo Kimamura. The tale of Yuki, or Kaji, a woman who seeks revenge upon three of the people who violated her mother and killed her brother, her half-brother.
Mm.
There was a sequel to this, and they say that this movie was also the major inspiration for Kill Bill.
Mm.
And the
Okay.
RZA did the RZA did the soundtrack for Kill Bill. Hell, if you might remember Lucy Lee's character from Kill Bill, she was based on this woman, the way she was dressed with the kimono and everything. Lucy Liu, excuse me, not Lucy Lee. My bad.
I mean, but even in
I
those
got the
movies back
actor. I
then,
got the
like
actress mixed up with the porn star.
I see they trying to like to somewhat mimic the ways of
Mm-hmm.
of Asia when it comes to their films, like by having a whole bunch of by having a whole bunch of female led female led movies and shit. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
at least over there,
Mhm.
the differences that I noticed from all the women from
Mhm.
the female lead roles of the titles of
Mhm.
the martial art
Mhm.
films, even in the
Mhm.
old ones, dude, those chicks, they're not beating the shit out of dudes that are like 200 to 300 pounds and shit versus the females here. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm. It's more realistic
yeah,
because it's humanistic. Oh, by the way, Ray, you gotta read this.
like if
Wait,
she's
Ray,
like if she's
hold on a
fighting a
second. Hold on a
dude,
second.
if she's
Yeah, hold
fighting
on
a
a second.
dude that's 200 or 300 pounds,
Mhm.
she's gonna put in some damn work.
She's gonna put in some damn work and take a few hits in the process.
Yeah.
She's gonna take a lick. She's gonna take it, but gonna dish out just as much. Oh, by the way, you gotta read Sandman's comment. I'm sorry, Sandog's comment. He says, "You won't believe this. I thought Neymar and Ray Hama were the same person before. I thought one was the secret identity of the other."
Oh. 50
It's cool,
push-ups.
man. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool, Sandog. You know, shit happens. I get mistaken for certain people sometimes. I remember somebody said they thought it was me on one of Roger Report's streams when it turned out no, it wasn't.
Sandog just had enough time to come up here and drop a note and left. Yeah.
Hey, Sandog, when he drops knowledge, he drops knowledge. All I wish is he had the Coogee sweater on when he was doing it, like Biggie Smalls. Oh, baby. Oh man, you gotta love that stuff. Who don't love Biggie? You can't love Pac without loving Biggie as well. Two sides of the same coin. But to your point, Ray, about all these female action heroes, at least they go through something. They have the heroine journey. And by the way, folks, the feminine to hero is heroin. Let's not get it mixed up with the narcotic.
I like heroin. Give me some.
Fuck that. Shit.
I'm getting the sweater and the shades for you. All right. This is gonna be cool. Oh, you better get that. You better get one of them 5-finger rings while you're at it.
Somebody spraying something.
That's Charles. I think he's doing washing dishes.
Sticking.
Okay, can you at least mute up?
Hell no, you better hit his golden Christmas with a fry.
Yeah.
Shit.
But go ahead.
I thought he was like painting,
Yeah.
spray painting a project or something.
No, he was spray painting the non-stick on the pans.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. That's canola oil. Last time I checked, that's what it is usually.
Don't burn up that food now.
Yeah. Hey. I remember I used to use that. I used to use like spray that on the bacon on the baking paper before I put it on the baking tray.
Never heard of Charles cooking, so yeah, don't burn that food up now.
Hey, I'm sure you're gonna be looking fly with that sweater, by the way, Stand Dog for Eid. Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to the Broken Blade. Yeah, shout out to Broken Blade. LAP SWAT. You got a good point there. What you're saying? You dodge bullets, terrorists, and enemy combatants, yet they say you're scared. A strong black woman. A strong black woman, first of all, would not try to bring fear or terrorize her man. She would be supportive of him.
Oh yeah.
She would be holding down the fort. Sometimes she'd be sitting the boys down and sitting the kids down and say, listen, daddy's going to be away for a while. So I need you guys to help me make sure the house is okay. In fact, I would even go further, like saying, listen, where are the grandparents? And are there any uncles or any men in the community that can keep an eye on the boys? If not, put them in certain activities. Whatever happened to putting kids in sports and in martial arts and such?
Man, motherfuckers.
Or
these motherfuckers weird. Oh, that's the way of these liberals.
There are some liberals out there who are. I gotta give shout out to liberals and conservatives who are at least pragmatic about they understand, they have their beliefs, they have their political views, but they're at least pragmatists. And they listen, I want my kids to be fully functioning adults. So they need to learn certain this, that, and the third. What we hear, the people that are usually talking on both sides of the aisle are just the fringe loud ones who just jaw jacking. You know what I'm saying?
The motherfuckers that we really can't really coexist with is those on the far left, damn it. Like
far left, also the far right. Hey,
you know what I mean?
Like, on the far left, but the far right.
You got to cut off whichever end. You got to cut that shit off just so you can have that possibility of a unification. Because it's otherwise you're gonna have this war. It's gonna continue on.
This culture war shit.
The non-simps versus the simps.
And let's not forget how gynocentric both sides are. Both sides are gynocentric as hell.
The docile versus the strong backbone. No. You got the docile. Ain't no goddamn it. Ain't no that.
No. Hear me out. I say, look, I may not have the most masculine voice. I'll admit that. I may not be the most overtly masculine, but I can still be a dirty, low down motherfucker when I can be one. And with that being said, I will say I'm with you 90% of the way, Ray. Because you're right. We got absurd we got extremists on both sides that need to be cut out. That goes without saying. On one side, they pretend to be docile. On the other side, they just posturing like they got a backbone. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta knock it. So we gotta shut down So it needs to be, so, you know, the pseudo masculinity needs to be shut down, just like the remixing of the masculinity needs to be shut down. Because I'm like, masculinity is just being a man, being male. And the first part about masculinity is you got to be yourself.
Just being naturally how God said it to be. That's it. This shit is not that damn complex. You know what I mean? Like I tell
No, it's
people,
not.
you know, it's just these bastards are making it more complex than need be with having these damn long ass fucking nonsensical
Oversimplified.
circular arguments. You know what I mean? Like, bitch, I'm like, damn, these dudes and the bitches, man, like they be going through the forest, all around the forest, damn it. I mean, shit, the mark is right here. Your asses keep going around the mark. Why the fuck are you going this way? Damn it, the mark is this way. Shit. I mean, it's just, I'm like, you can't deal with people like that, you know. You're like, fuck you. I'm gonna go to the true destination, which is this way in this debate, in this argument, or whatever the hell. You know, and all the name of what makes sense and what's logical and natural, you know, amen. So, so I'm not going to be going through all this shit here, and that's that babble, that's that damn babble I can't stand.
It's the babble.
That nigga and bitch babble, you know, I can't do that shit. And white folks, they got that too, the Karen babble, the Chad babble. They all do that shit.
Keith babble,
you know? And I can't stand that shit. And it's like they don't. And I realize these motherfuckers who or babble / surface level motherfuckers, they will show discontent with you because you're not a good or a high class babbler. And I'm like, get your asses on somewhere, you weird motherfuckers. Like, you want to act like something wrong with you because you ain't so highly skilled in babbling. I'm like, yes, motherfucker, I deal with absolutes, damn it. Like, shit. Man mode.
There's nothing wrong with that. I will say this though.
Man mode. Motherfuckers who have problems with absolutes always want to try to, you know, work around or try to go around and dance around a checkmate and shit like that. No, motherfucker, it's checkmate. That's solid. You cannot go past the damn checkmate. You gotta just acknowledge it, damn it, for what the hell it is, and accept it and try to work with it to your best benefit. You know what I mean? And so, you know,
and as much as
I can't stand motherfuckers like that, because it's like when you talking to them, like in a conversation, or when you're trying to explain something to them or whatever, like I try to make sure myself, like, not to do that and to even catch myself, and then realize, like, oh, that sound that's really sound on what this brother is saying. Okay, so I'm gonna do it this way, and I'm gonna do this that way. Okay, yeah, that sounds practical like a motherfucker. Okay, that's logical as fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. You know, instead of going the bitch made route, which is to continue to complain around or whatever, to try to create some other avenue around it, around the best solution and the best path to take to get this particular objective achieved. You know, I can't stand that. Like, I'm like, just focus on that objective, damn it, of what it's gonna take. And what it's going to take, what people fail to realize, is cats to stop that bullshit, stop that civic shit, stop all that bullshit. But people, as we continue to see on these panels, they want to dance around that shit. And I can't stand it, because I'm like, it's a checkmate. Like, everything these brothers be dropping, all the gems. Hold on, Namer. I'm done, like 10 seconds. All the gems, all the gems, brother Namer. All the brother, for example, all the gems that brother Charles dropped all these years, man, that we can go back and just, you know, and make some clips of, which I thought of too, like just gathering up all the gems of what these brothers be saying, you know what I mean? And I know with each one, you know, as long as these motherfuckers been on here, you know, it's gonna take a minute. So, you know, I realize it's gonna take time that I'm willing to put in, because to show my appreciation for these brothers and the gems they drop, you know what I mean, and to show that, hey, these gems are the checkmates that you bastards and bastards cannot get past or work around. This is solid. You
Okay.
you cannot pass. This is it. You must accept.
Flawless logic.
eh,
Flawless
accept,
logic.
accept or writhe in your own misery because you cannot have what your imaginations tell you.
Mhm. Okay. To your point, we can't let this shit get overcomplicated, right? On the flip side, because remember, there's two coins to this conversation. There's two sides to the same coin. On the flip side, we gotta call out motherfuckers when they try to oversimplify shit. Because I believe everything needs a balance. Because when people oversimplify shit, you lose the point that way. You lose certain vital information, or they purposely filter out certain information. So when people overcomplicate shit, I don't take them seriously. And when people are oversimplifying things, I'm like, oh, that's what you want, okay. So truth be told, listen, we got to be
give an example of
straight down.
oversimplifying. Give one example. What are you talking about?
Like when you ask a person, why did they do something wrong? And they leave out certain details that might self-incriminate them, but it's important but it's important to the question. Like, say you ask a woman, what happened to the car, and she says, "Oh, I got hit. I got front-ended by another person," and she leaves out the fact that she ran a red light.
Oh yeah, okay.
Or she'll say, "Oh, just some dude hit me with," or like I said, what happened to the headlight on my front car?" Like, say you let your lady drive your car, right?
Yeah.
And you find out she got into a collision with somebody, but she doesn't. But she said, "I bumped into somebody," but she leaves out the fact that she was speeding a little too far, or she hit the accelerator instead of hitting the brakes.
Ain't another word
At a
for that is
stoplight.
vague. Ain't a word of that is being vague.
Yeah, vague can be that, or simple, but simple oversimplifying.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Because remember, it's one thing when somebody overcomplicates shit, but when somebody oversimplifies shit, you gotta look at them like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Because you start asking questions sometimes, like, what is this motherfucker? Especially when some people will purposely oversimplify things, like, oh, it's just because of this, or it's just because of that, and give no explanation.
Oh yeah.
So, to your point, yeah, we cannot have people overcomplicated, but on the flip side, there's people who are oversimplifying shit. Oversimplifying it.
I don't know those people. I mean, well, I've seen some of these motherfuckers, but some of those who oversimplified are those who are just want to stay surface level with shit.
Yeah, that's the point of it. Both of it is surface level,
and they're scared to say, like, hey, to get down to the real. You know what I mean? Like to the raw truth of it. You know what I mean? Hey, like bitches, your kids can't read. Bitch, you women, your girls can't clean their damn coochie. You know what I mean?
Your boys can't wash. They don't know how to clean their balls while they're at it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but I don't. It's just, it's all fucked up. Yeah, so I mean, I see that, and I see that on these shows, man. And I'm like, dude, like, y'all going on this long ass journey through the forest, man. I'm like, but the main point is like, the mark is right there. Why are you going?
Let's take the main route.
Why are you going 5 miles past the mark, motherfucker? Like, damn, like you.
Let me put it this way, Ray. Let's say we got to, like, say you and I, we got to drive one way, right? We're trying to drive from point A to point B. But let's say I decide we take a detour or we take a different route because I realize the main route at certain times of the day may be heavy with traffic. That's a useful alternative. Unfortunately, some people, when they dance around this stuff, it's like useless and they're trying to avoid dealing with the real stuff.
Like for example, like, are you for black men dating out?
As far as I'm concerned, more power to you. You want to date in, date out, more power to you. I date out. I have no problem with it. As long as, because how does it affect me? What the next man does with his life.
I smash all that indifferent shit with this. What gives my brothers joy, what gives my brother joy gives me joy. Simple as that. You know what I mean? And it's easy. It's easier. Motherfuckers think it's hard to not be envious and coveting and all that. I'm like, well, no, actually,
thou shalt not covet. See, that's the thing.
It's the contrary, you know, because with God and my training with Him and my spiritual training with Him over these years, that's not in me at all. Like I spiritually outgrown that shit long time ago. Even though I didn't have it like so extreme as people have, you know, when it comes to that shit, like to where they gotta have it, so therefore they'll take your whole house if a motherfucker could. Those type of motherfuckers, those grimy ass motherfuckers, you know. But now, like, I just see the big picture of it, man. And I really do just get so much joy in my spirit, man. I just get excited, man. Like to hear, you know, something that's really going on, is popping, man, with my fellow brother. Like, man, he got something going on, man. It's really like exciting him, man. Hey, and he's getting something done. You know, he's completed something, or you know, whatever it is. And I just, it's really cathartic.
Hey, I just say, hey, congratulations.
You know,
all the best to you. I remember
it's hard for me to get jealous and to covet, basically, is what I'm saying. I'm that spiritually strong. It's hard for me to, you know, and it just
doesn't make sense.
And be having that scowl, and to be having that dark, sinister, scowling look like that motherfucker from the first Belly. He was eating. I think he was eating on something, a banana or whatever. He looked at old boy Nas's character when he drove past. He was like, "Oh, I don't like that shit. I don't like that." Yeah,
the brother with the perm and the glasses.
Yeah, that motherfucker, boy.
Rico.
Yeah. I was like, damn it,
and he was in the Midwest and shit. I remember that shit.
I'm just saying, I can't be like those type of motherfuckers, man. Those type of motherfuckers are in the way. You hear me? And they are all over, just saturated. It's like, damn, I consider them motherfuckers zombies.
It's crabs in a bucket, man.
Bring out the shotgun for these motherfuckers, boy. The buckshot. Shit.
I mean, the way I look at it, it's like, I don't know if you remember Nas, he had a song called Black Zombie. You remember that song? Black Zombie?
Vaguely.
It's from the Lost Tape. It's the last track on the Lost Tapes album.
I'll go back and look at it. Thank you for reminding me, bro.
Shit. I gotta go back and listen to Nature's a Threat by Ras Kass.
Speaking of some, you know, some legends and classics and shit. Because you know I'm on Rumble, I'll be simultaneously casting, you know, Rumble on YouTube. But for my movies and shit I show, obviously I have to keep it restricted just for Rumble. So I would use my YouTube to lure people to the Rumble. And dude, so I'm thinking about playing another old classic, which is Best of the Best, the first one.
Ooh, I've seen the sequel.
Yeah, the sequel. Yeah, I've seen 2, and I vaguely remember 3, but I'm gonna watch it. But I primarily want to show that one, and I want to show
Mhm.
another classic because I got a slot of 3 movies I can play. So I know that one's gonna be it, and then I got another one. I want it to be like some action or some shit.
Oh, action movies from the late '80s, early '90s. That was dope. That was cool. I did like the fantasy stuff though, with the sci-fi action movies, even the B grade ones. They were pretty cool. It's
Hey,
rather.
and y'all would like Jason Black tonight, man. You know, and shout out to him because and rest in peace, Jesse Jackson. And
R.I.P. to Jesse Jackson. We were talking about him earlier.
yeah, and he was defending. He was basically standing up defending Jesse Jackson of those that was coming up, you know, calling him like, you know, saying he was a coon, all that shit, but couldn't really break nothing down. Just yeah, he was roasting some motherfuckers though tonight.
Were most of these people born after 1988?
He admitted and said like shit, you know what I mean? Hey, there's some things, you know, that with Jesse he didn't really rock with, but hey, but he said, you know, he did, you know, help spearhead a lot of this shit here, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
what do you think the Rainbow Coalition was about? Because he understood if we're gonna advance ourselves, we're gonna have to connect with other people as well, just like Fred Hampton did in the '60s. You know, Fred Hampton Sr. By the way, folks, if you Google Jesse Jackson, we're talking about Jesse Jackson Sr., Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., not Jesse Jackson Jr. Jr. You know, he has his mess and everything, and they talk about that stuff, but Senior was one of those young men who was who was with MLK and everything. He was also, he continued the fight in the '70s, even in the '80s. And of course, a lot of people still mad at him about what he said about Obama on that hot mic.
yeah,
You know,
Jason mentioned that too, that he got on Obama's head.
because remember that he was doing that. What was it? Who was it he was next to? It was a hot mic. He said like he was next to somebody. It was for a news show, and the cameras are still rolling. The hot mic. He was like saying, "Listen, Obama gotta stop with that nigga shit. Either that, I'm gonna cut his what off." I'm sure he grew up saying that word. Everybody used that word, man. MLK was talking. You know, there's audios of MLK conversing with some of his people. You know, and they were cussing and talking like normal people.
Nah,
I'd rather have
motherfuckers just say, hey, you know, brother, you know what I mean? It was an Asian God, you know, or a Nigerian, you know what I mean, that's for us and not on no tether shit, you know, even if he says, you know what I mean, whatever. Hey, I'll check and be like, nah, man, I ain't with that shit. Just call me brother. I'm not your fan. I'm not your stand for. I am brother.
Brother, all right. But you know, we all cuss sometimes. You know, but we're like, all right, it is what it is. That motherfucker, that fool right there, that pain in the ass, that jackass right here. Hey, if we can use the terms like imbecile, half-wit, moron when needed to. Oh, thank you, LAPD SWAT, ABC Nightline. That's when it happened. And this was this was in '08. And think of the timing, man. Could you imagine what it'd been like, you know, if it was Jesse Jackson and not George H.W. Bush who became the 40th president?
Yeah. Yeah, y'all mentioned that too earlier in the stream when I was in the chat. Yeah. I had thoughts. I'm like, oh, I wonder.
Yeah. I mean, Charles and I were little kids at the time. Wait, what year were you born?
I was in the 80s, mid 80s.
He and I were, Charles and I were born '82. So how much? So what year were you born? Like what, 86, 87?
Yeah, around there.
All right. I got a sibling and a few cousins and some relate and some people I know who were born in those years, 86, 87. You know,
50. Oh.
yeah, a lot of those cats are turning 40. So I'm like, damn.
I've been seeing videos posted about 50 Cent, man. 50 Cent, that motherfucker be in some damn bullshit, man. I'm like, damn, dude.
Oh, he loves the trivial shit. He
Yeah,
thrives on
because
that. And I'm like,
yeah, I got like a late post or whatever from I think O'Shea talking about 50 Cent. He's into it with this person, that person, like basically creating enemies, I guess. Oh well. I didn't really care for his rapping no way.
I could care less. I got more important stuff to check out.
Dude.
Lately, I've just been focusing on the Winter Olympics, just having fun, just watching the games, loving the competition.
Hey, I do be checking out the nigga Dusty News Network though, because he be coming with some news about shit, man, about some of the craziest shit motherfuckers be doing.
Dusty News Network. I better check that out.
Yeah, that's O'Shea shit. Yeah, whenever he be posting videos, yeah, he be having like three events and shit. And he'll judge them, and whichever one is the dustiest, get the Dusty Award. Man, dude, like, I could just pull 3 or 5 of them, man, and just have them go on the road, just where you can be like, wow, motherfuckers are really nutty and this squirrel shit out there.
Shit getting too screwy nowadays, man. But it is what it is, and we should have,
He'd be talking shit about like North Carolina, South Carolina. He'd be like, dude, some of those dusty states, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, fucking even I think he mentioned Chicago too.
Illinois.
Throw the dust on the motherfucker. Oh shit. Man, but I wish you'd go back to that crazy bastard. Fucking O'Shea.
It sounds like
yeah, man, because he's more so stuck on that damn Anton and that bullshit, man. Like, come on, man. Like, okay,
that was a work. That shit was a work.
Y'all didn't know Anton, motherfuckers, still, that he was screwing that chick. Duh, motherfuckers. Like, oh my God, I can't believe Anton did that.
First of all, here's what I would say about Anton Daniels. I don't care to listen. I don't care to bother. Now, I don't bother or care to hear what he's doing or he's up to, because we realize what this man's about. Chasing the bag. And if he's screwing with a certain woman, hey, let him have it. If he's screwing a dude, that's his business. As long as it's not some sick shit he's getting involved in, that's his personal business. And as far as what other trivial stuff is going on, whatever drama shit's going on, tabloid shit, I don't care. There's more important things, more pressing issues that we all got to focus on.
Well, motherfuckers just talk about that shit heavy, dude.
Like a bunch of women.
And motherfuckers are getting hella views, especially that House of Hypocrites, motherfucker. So,
or the heavyset brother from Chicago who be talking about this, that, and third, like he on some shit, like he on some slick shit. I'm like, nah. I'd rather listen to I'd rather watch a documentary about things that really interest me. Like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this streaming service. It's called Magellan TV.
No.
Okay, Magellan TV. Another one is called Curiosity Stream. They're streaming services, except they're not about entertainment. They're about education as such. They put out documentaries and docuseries about science, technology, history, zoology, botany stuff, all that stuff. It's like an alternative to like the National Geographic or Discovery, or History Channel for that matter. And right now, I'm just checking out an old series from there. It's called Deadliest Warriors. No, Ancient Warriors, excuse me. It's called Ancient Warriors. It's a show I once used to watch when I was a kid. Each episode was a half hour long, and it talked about warriors of the past, whether we're talking about from antiquity or from the last 2 millennia. And you learn about what they were up to, this, that, and the third. There's another series called Deadliest Warriors, because I want to understand military science and the history, you know, of various militaries throughout history.
I remember watching
So,
something where 2 dudes was traveling all around, discovering all the different martial arts that was out there.
there
So
was 2 shows about that. There were 2 shows about that. One was called Human Weapon.
yeah, the human weapon.
Human Weapon was one. Another one was, I think, what's his name? Former MMA fighter and the commentator Jimmy Smith. He was on one of those shows.
I mean, speaking of which,
Let me
yeah, I
look.
gotta finish the interview that Michael John White did with Joe Rogan.
Ooh.
It seemed like that was a pretty good talk, yeah, because he went on there recently. So and that got like, yeah, a hell of a lot of views on that one. I'm gonna show that one on Rumble.
Michael Jai White is a legit badass. OG badass.
Yeah.
Background in several martial arts. Him and Wesley Snipes, man. Those
Yeah,
2 were legit.
There's some movies he was in that I gotta watch too. Him and Scott Atkins.
Oh, don't forget about Ray Park.
I don't know who that is.
He played Toad in the Toad in the original X-Men movie. He also played Darth Maul in episode 1 of Star Wars. He was Darth Maul. Ray Park is his name.
Oh. So, and he played in other projects since then.
Hang on, let me check. Ray Park is he's British, just like Scott Atkins. Atkins is also British.
And then, who's other movies? Yeah, there's some other stuff it's one of those movies I gotta check out.
Scott Atkins, excuse me. Scott Edward Atkins. He is 49. He's turning 50 this June. Ray Park, he's 51. He's Scottish. I'm just looking up Ray Park's martial arts background. He said he was introduced to martial arts at age 7. He started with the Korean martial art of Hapkido. Then he learned traditional Shaolin Kung Fu, such as Nam Pai Chuan, and he learned more. He got further training in Wushu when he was 15. He became part of the national Wushu team for Great Britain. Would compete in Wushu competitions. Scott Atkins. He first became interested in martial arts at age 10 when he visited a local judo club with his father and older brother. So doesn't say anything about his martial arts background here, according to Wikipedia. Hang on, let me check his website. Manager site. World of Discipline. Oh, no. Biography. But yeah, martial arts and everything, you know. What's his background, martial arts? Oh, he started with judo, and then he was training martial arts. Says he delved in various martial arts like taekwondo, kickboxing, kung fu, ninjutsu, judo, jujitsu, and karate, all of which would later influence his on-screen performances. All right.
And I'm seeing too, man. There's been a bunch of badass, well, according to what I'm interested in, shit. You know, like Dark Soul like games. There's been some badass games coming out, man. Like where it involves a lot of martial arts and shit. Especially that are like in the Chinese mythology. That man, yeah, and, because they already have Wukong, the story of the Monkey King. So,
have you checked out Sifu?
Which, yeah, now I remind myself, there's some Monkey King movies I haven't seen yet.
Mm.
And then, because there's some badass games coming out to where I'm like, I thought God of War would have did it. You know what I mean? Would have came back on the map being like the top badass hack and slash and fantasy adventure game, but shit, they got some other shit out, man. It's stunning effects and everything else, man, and battle and yeah, the battle system and how it's all set up. Yeah, it's God of War has hella competition right now.
Hey, God of War, Ragnarok, yeah. I got a younger brother. I got my little brother, excuse me. One of his favorite games is a game called For Honor.
For Honor.
It's basically For Honor. It's armed combat. And you can choose one of four militaries. You could be a knight, you could be a Viking raider, or you could be a samurai.
Oh, I played that before.
Yeah. They also have a DLC where you have like was it Chinese soldiers as well? Chinese warriors as well? I remember those of us who might remember on the PS3, Xbox 360. Anybody might remember the TV show on Spike called Deadliest Warriors. No, Deadliest Warrior. They had they got 2 video games based on that.
I wonder if they have one for the phone too. The mobile game.
Don't think so. No, but on the PS3 it was a PSN game. They might have the arcade version also on Xbox 360, but that's no longer available. Because remember they shut down the store like 2 years ago.
Sure. And a new Witcher game is coming out too. Witcher 4.
No. CD Projekt Red, huh? They're putting out another one.
I think you might be playing Siri mostly in this one. But yeah. The fans and all that would know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I'm looking up Wesley Snipes' martial arts background.
Yeah.
His shit is legit, man, because let's see.
Michael John White said in the interview that that he learned from one of his instructors that he learned from was the instructor of Wesley Snipes. Yeah, Wesley Snipes, one of his instructors. I knew you know Wesley Snipes had more than one instructor, of course.
It must have been the Shotokan one because that's the one they have in common. It's either that's the one they have in common because Wesley is a 5th degree black belt in Shotokan karate. He's got a second degree black belt in Hapkido, which is a Korean martial art that combines grappling with striking. He's also trained in Brazilian capoeira, which is one of my favorite martial arts. A number of other disciplines like Kung Fu at the U.S. Shaolin Temple, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and kickboxing. Ernest, he's also trained in... He also trains in the Filipino martial art of Eskrima, or aka Kali, or Arnis as it's called.
Huh.
I got a younger brother who trains in Eskrima as well. I'm not sure what belt he is at, but what's his name? Michael Jai White. He studies Shotokan Karate, Goju Ryu Karate from Master Eddie Morales, where he learned to sharpen his Goju Karate techniques. Taekwondo, Kobudo. What's Kobudo? Oh, Okinawan martial arts. That's what Kobudo is. Tang Sudo.
Kyokushin.
That's a Korean martial. Tang Sudo. That's a Korean version of karate. Wushu Jiu-Jitsu. That's Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. Not Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. Kyokushin karate. Oh, that's a hard stuff. That's full contact standing fighting and boxing and kickboxing.
That's originated by Sensei Oyama.
Yeah.
Who's basically whose nationality is Korean. He's the one who came over and whooped a whole bunch of Japanese schools in Japan during that time. I think it was like that.
Oyama Matsuya. His real name was Choi Young Yoon.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, he
Oyama Sensei.
So
right.
the one that defeated the bull.
Oh, he was born during the Japanese occupation of Korea.
Yeah.
Okay. He began studying Chinese martial arts at age 9 from a Chinese farmer who was working on a farm. His family name was Lee, and Oyama said he was his very first teacher. All right.
And his training was brutal too, boy. Yeah, he took up principles from Musashi Miyamoto's Book of Five Rings.
Oh yeah. Oh, his first dojo was opened in 1953 in a small building in Rikyo University, teaching Goju Ryu style, and that was founded by the founder is Miyagi Chojun, who was an Okinawan. Wow. Another person whose martial arts we got to respect was Ip Man.
Oh yeah.
Ip Man, because remember, who's his most famous student? Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee and Ip Man, I remember he brought the martial art.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Donnie Yen did a great portrayal of Ip Man,
Oh yeah, he did.
How many movies has he done of him?
That motherfucker be posting a lot of shit on social media, on Instagram. Him and his family, and now Jet Li is starting to post stuff now. He created his own channel. It's him and his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty cool.
Oh, Shannon. Wait a minute. Who are we talking about? Bruce Lee?
Jet Li and his daughter.
Jet Li. Oh, Jet Li and his daughter.
Started their own little podcast.
Yeah. That should be interesting. Have you seen recent pictures of Jet Li?
What do you mean recent pictures?
Have you seen what Jet Li looks nowadays?
Yeah, I just
Jet
told
Li.
you that him and his daughter just started their own podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. Brother got old. You know?
Yeah,
Seeing
he said
pictures of him now, he's too
he
old for
showed
this shit.
he showed where he wrote a book about it. So about his aging, how he's dealing with it and everything, how he got through it. So
Yeah. He embraces it and
but
everything because
but ain't him and Jackie Chan the same damn age?
hang on, let me look it up. 1963. Jackie Chan was born, I think, a decade before. Let me see. No, Jackie Chan is a decade older. He's like 9 years older than him. Because Jet Li was born in 63, April 26, 1963. Jackie Chan was born April 7th, 1954. And so Lee is 63. Chan is now 71. But they did a movie together. That was a great movie. They did a great movie. They did a movie together, what was kind of interesting because you saw
The Forbidden Kingdom.
The Forbidden Kingdom. The Forbidden Kingdom was just wild because like Jackie would he went back to being a drunken master. And you see, and Jet Li, he's first of all, a lot of people don't know this, but Jet Li is actually a practitioner of Tibetan Buddhism. That's how he stays centered. He stays grounded and everything.
Yeah.
He has a background in wushu and everything because he competed in wushu as a kid. And he was like, and he ended up becoming, wushu champion. I guess he was part of the team in the national wushu team in 1974 that traveled to the U.S. and he performed in front of Richard Nixon. But those guys have put the martial. Hey, there's another name people forget about. Does his name Robin Shaw ring a bell? Robin Shaw is a Hong Kong actor. Robin Shaw is his name, S-H-O-U. Hong Kong actor, martial artist. He got his big. He's a.
Hell, I might remember if I see him. Shit, if I see him,
he's a UCLA alumnus, but I will tell you where we all saw him. 1995, he played Liu Kang in Mortal Kombat. You remember the Mortal Kombat movie from '95?
Oh yeah,
that was him. He played Liu Kang. A lot of people, y'all.
He aged well though. Shit.
Yeah, he aged gracefully. Mortal Kombat.
Well, I checked from the then to now type of videos on YouTube. From how they was then and how they showed how they are now. And yeah, he aged gracefully.
Hey, he stayed in shape. He's 65, but able to stay in shape.
But Hmm.
Hang on a
I'm
second.
curious, man, because there's a bunch of shit coming out too, man. Oh shit! I gotta watch. I still gotta finish this Fallout shit, and give my review of it of this season.
Mhm.
Then I gotta cover some other shit too. Yeah, I'm gonna give my quick cover of a particular anime, and then I'm gonna let people know that I'll be showing that anime over on Rumble because it's definitely worth showing, and watching with my audience, giving my reaction.
I'm looking up Bruce Lee's Wikipedia page right now. A lot of people don't know this, but
Yeah.
he was born in 1940 during the year of the dragon, hence why he called himself the Dragon. Yeah, the dragon was important for him because that was his Chinese zodiac sign.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Born in San Francisco to Cantonese opera singers. So,
Mm.
I just remember something.
You keep talking. I gotta finish. I gotta fix my drink.
Bartender, I'll have what he's having.
Nah, I ain't drinking no damn alcohol. Nah.
Hey, I don't know that. He said I need to fix my drink. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you drinking?
Shit. Damn it, I can't drink like that. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, don't worry, I don't drink anyway.
I had a whole
I'm just
shit. One of my buddies, man, blessed me with a fifth of Amsterdam gin, and that motherfucker lasted me a week.
yeah. Well, you gotta go easy with that shit. Unless you're gonna, mix it out with some juice or something like that, or with some tonic.
And sometimes I did. Sometimes I just did it straight.
Ay. I ain't messing with that shit. I don't know. There's this. Anyway, when I'm thinking about Bruce Lee, I just thought of something. I just remember there was this popular joke by Steve Burns. Steve Burns talked about everybody didn't feel bad about all the bad guys who got their asses whooped by Bruce Lee, but he did say he felt sorry for one person, and that was Linda Emery, Bruce Lee's widow. So the joke was like, imagine what sex in the Bruce Lee household would look like. And so he had to portray it like it was something like like a fight scene, in a Hong Kong, in one of Bruce Lee's movies. It was like, excuse me, your honey, and you would like to make love to me all night long?
Hey, Charles, you still there, man? Or yeah, because I gotta step away for a minute.
All right. But the joke is like he explains like how Bruce Lee would get his freak on. It is way too comical. Well, it's not too comical, but it's funny as hell. He's using all the kung fu sound effects and everything to describe it. while doing the impression. I remember we had like Artie Fuqua help him out with it. And they purposely had the motion and the audio out of sync, like in old kung fu movies. And I couldn't help but laugh. It's like, it's like, no, I can't tell the story, but y'all gotta Google it. Steve Byrne, Bruce Lee. Steve Burns, Bruce Lee. But yeah, man. Action movies, from martial arts movies have always been great. My favorite ones were with Jackie Chan because the brother would improvise in all of his fight scenes. Even though he combined slapstick comedy with them, but the point was like, the fights he would get into. Who else do you know would improvise by using a ladder? Like in Jackie Chan's First Strike, set in Australia. You got guys trying to beat your ass with bamboo staffs or broom handles. So you got to use a ladder to protect yourself. And how many ladders did they break in certain fight scenes? Considering that Jackie had to do all his stunts. But people forget, Jackie Chan started out his career as a stunt double. He was actually Bruce Lee's stunt double. In fact, if you ever looked at Enter the Dragon, you're gonna see Bruce Lee was one of the guys. Jackie Chan was one of the guys that Bruce Lee whooped in one of the fight scenes. So, learning from martial arts movies was, martial arts movies had their role. They would inspire us to, learn how to pick up a martial art and learn to defend ourselves. Hell, without martial arts movies, you wouldn't have the Wu-Tang. You wouldn't have Michael Jai White. You wouldn't have Wesley Snipes. Ray Park, Scott Adkins, not Atkins. Let's not forget, you also had some of the greatest boxers of all time. Inspire people to get in the ring and to learn how to fight.
Yep, that's true too.
Hey, y'all had some of the baddest boxers around. And let's not forget, boxers are masculine as hell, so a lot of them can get away with being a little flamboyant. You had some outrageous characters. I mean, if I was going to have a conversation, not to knock anybody, but if I was going to have a conversation with a boxer, I'd rather talk to Michael Spinks. Nothing against Leon, but Leon had no front teeth. You know what I'm saying? Until he got his front teeth fixed, I was like, hey, I wouldn't have a conversation with him. He can't even say R's or P's or anything without spit flying all over everything. You'd have to wear like one of those protective visors.
I can't stand that shit. I would tell motherfucker put on a face mask or some shit. Motherfuckers may not like that, but damn it, you gotta fix your mouth or something. Can't be walking around talking like that. Talking like Daffy Duck. Spitting
God
shit
rest
like
his soul.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of people that spin like they Daffy Duck and shit. Like, damn.
St. Louis's own, you know. He was a champ at one time. I mean, he also won an Olympic gold medal. An Olympic gold medal. Let's not forget that. His 2 fights with Ali, they were amazing. You know, the cruiserweight. Yeah, and of course, you know, he had a son. His son Corey held was a welterweight, was like what, welterweight champ. He was he was undisputed welterweight champ for a time, and then IBF. Oh shit, it was the IBF junior middleweight. For something. Of course, let's not forget about Michael Spinks. Hang on a second, gotta switch to loudspeaker. Winning gold. I mean, look at Michael Spinks, you know. Same year his big brother, you know, Leon won cruiserweight gold, won the, you know, gold medal in cruiserweight, won the gold medal, you know, as a cruiserweight. No, light heavyweight, excuse me, in the 76 Montreal Olympics. Mike will win gold as a middleweight. Oh, all right. Just looking at some things right here for a minute. Hold on, folks. Michael Jinx Spinks, which spawned the nickname straight-handed Spinks Jinx. Has straight right hand. Ouch. Fight light heavyweight and heavyweight. Fought 32 times, 31 wins, 21 KO, and 1 loss. That 1 loss, the undefeated Spinks, his only loss was to Mike Tyson. Excuse me. Wow. At least he never had his teeth knocked out. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see this White House fight that they're about to have. It's with the White House card, the UFC.
You think it's going to be a good one, or do you think it's going to be a disaster? Ray?
Yeah, it might be a good one. Yeah, it might be a good one. Shit, they know they're gonna have to make this their biggest card ever.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I mean, considering like, the way ratings are right now for a lot of these promotions, it might not work out. I mean, it's a PLE. I'm sorry, it's a pay-per-view, but how many people are really going to tune in to watch it?
I'll just watch that shit from my app. Bypass all that shit.
What, you got a UFC subscription? Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. Hold on a second.
I thought Charles would come back.
I
Let's
think
see.
Charles is busy.
I never left. I'm listening.
I'm just looking up the UFC and understanding, how many organizations they've acquired over the years, or how many companies they've been, they've competed against. I'm like, wow.
There's been talks to motherfuckers complaining. DC, Daniel Cormier and Bisbing, they all mentioned too about how the fact, they kind of a little complaint about how the fact, there's not a big heavyweight division like it is with certain other franchises. I think PFL and some others have a decent little heavyweight division.
Well, they're paying them more.
Yeah, I'm like, there got to be a reason why, motherfuckers are drifting towards,
Hello?
the PFL.
You
Yeah,
got to think about it. When you look at heavyweight,
we can hear you, bro.
heavyweight you ever saw of all time in mixed martial arts is Fedor Emelianenko. There is nobody. Think about this. This is how great Fedor is. When was the last time the heavyweight champion in any combat sport was the pound for pound best in that combat sport? Fedor was pound for pound for a decade.
Mhm.
Decade. Who the fuck didn't he beat? If the UFC don't put him in the Hall of Fame, the UFC's Hall of Fame is not legit. It's not. Because first of all, I beat 6 to 7 of your champions. Who was fucking with me? I won Grand Prix. I beat 32-man tournaments. Okay? I am God forbid if I look up Fedor's record, how many times did he win the World Combat Sambo Championships?
I'm gonna look them up.
Let's look. Let's go, because Google's our friend, right?
Mhm.
Like, you want to talk about the greatest heavyweight? You can't even think of a motherfucker better than Fedor. You can put up John Jones, but John Jones only had like what? He's not really a heavyweight.
Here's a
DC, Randy Couture. Like, Randy Couture, this is why I don't like Dana White sometimes. Randy Couture holds the record for 6 UFC belts won. You never hear about him. Thank God. Yes. 3 in middleweight, 3 in heavyweight, 3 in light heavyweight. Fedor Emelianenko.
Fedor Emelianenko, 3-time. He's a 4-time gold medalist in the World Championships of Sambo. He all that 100 plus kilograms. 2002, he also Sambo.
World
European,
Championship. Russia. How many
Russia,
times you got in Russia?
Russia 1, 2, 3,
Ah,
4, 5,
dang. The
6.
greatest heavy
That was
World
See?
Combat Sambo.
no.
When
Who's that?
that's Fedor.
Mhm.
Why do you think I say Fedor is the greatest? Fuck, you will never see another heavyweight in MMA like him ever again.
Mhm.
That's
Also gold medal.
basically, he was already a world championship in MMA before he got to MMA. And by the way, he was winning the Sambo World Championships while he was the reigning Pride heavyweight champion.
Mhm.
That is greatness. That is a psychopath. Remember, he was Pride champion for how long?
Hang on. How long was he champion for Pride? I gotta find his record.
Remember, his record overall is 40 wins, 7 losses, 1 no contest.
Yeah.
You know, Joe Rogan talk about him a lot too.
50 times?
And for the longest time, his only loss was a no contest from a cut.
UFC.
How did that come about? That no contest?
He is the, by the way,
Oh,
he,
accidental whole class. Big Nog.
he's the rings heavyweight champion. He's the first and the last. He's the Pride heavyweight champion, the last.
Mhm.
He's the rings 2001 heavyweight tournament winner, 2001 ultimate class winner, open weight winner, heavyweight champion of rings. He's won 2 fucking Grand Prix from fucking Pride, Bellator Grand Prix finalist. How the
3
fuck do
success in
you
Pride.
do
He
not? There is no heavyweight, with the exception of maybe Randy Couture, that you could put in the same class as Fedor Emelianenko. Not John Jones, not Stipe.
He only fought one time.
Like 2.
That's it.
You're talking about a decade. And remember, he won the Pride heavyweight title in what? What year?
Hang on. Go back to it.
And after him, look up George St. Pierre because I think George St. Pierre is on his level,
Look what he was winning during his reign
even
during
though he's
Pride.
heavyweight.
He won
Look
the
what
title
he was winning during his reign.
He beat Antonio Nogueira by decision to win the Pride
Wow,
heavyweight
he was
title.
the Pride champion.
What?
How the fuck do you do that? If
In
you don't
Pride
tell me,
25,
he's not, if you don't tell
2000.
me, huh?
Hold on. Just hold on, Charles. It says here he beat Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira, aka Minotauro or Big Nog, by decision, unanimous decision, at Pride 25 for the heavyweight title, Yokohama, Japan, March 16, 2003.
And how many championships in combat sambo did he win?
6. World title in combat sambo, it was 3. 3.
And Russian.
Russian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So how
6.
many world and Russian championships did he win since he was reigning in Pride?
Well, there's also
that
World
means-
Combat. Yeah, so and a European one. So that is 6, 7, 8.
8 titles while you're the
11.
reigning champion. Not only that, you also
Well, actually,
won.
4 of them don't count because they were in 2002. So that's 7.
So he was still winning. My
He was
point
still winning.
exactly. You were just
Mhm.
you were just that dominant of a force for like goddamn a decade.
Mhm.
Like the only other combat athlete who was the fucking fight. There's certain people who are called the fighters of the decade.
Mhm.
Like, think about it. You were so fucking dominant that God Almighty said, "I gotta call Father Time because I'm tired of winning." And even God Almighty put His money on you. I want you to think about that. If John
Yeah, it was the heavyweight fight.
Fedor,
There you go.
He just retired, so his active
So he was fighting when
he was fighting since
like what big the name
from
heavyweights?
2000 and just retired 2023.
Oh, he was fighting since 2000.
Yeah,
Oh, so he did fight some heavyweights.
he fought the best of them.
So do you
Not
think
only
so?
did he fight heavyweights, he fought Grand Prix tournaments, big tournaments. You talking about he was one of the first motherfuckers to literally win millions in tournaments. So you're
In
telling
Japan.
me when motherfuckers when Vladimir Putin comes for the fucking watch you fight, that tells you how important you are.
Yeah.
Like,
How long has he been their dictator?
well, their president.
Yeah, listen, their dictator.
Well,
He ain't no goddamn president.
he's a president.
Yeah,
legally.
legally president. We
Legally.
know in their country.
Would you call him a dictator, Namer?
I would call him an authoritarian, but not a dictator.
That's a better phrase for it.
Well, you know,
he's more on the dictator side.
well, you got to think that's the only way Russia can be ran. Can't be ran.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people.
It's the people. It's like Germany. You can't be a soft motherfucker running Germans. They're not just like Japanese. No imperial people can be ran soft because they're warrior ass
His
people.
current incumbent, he assumed his current stint as head. He's been there since May 7, 2012.
Putin?
Yeah,
No, he's been that long though.
Yeah.
he's been there.
No, he
but
did 8. He was there. He's been there since his first stint was from May 7, 2000 till May 7, 2008. That was 8 years. He walked away for 4 years.
No,
He didn't run it concurrent.
No.
They don't do that. Like I didn't know
No,
he
because he had somebody else in between.
because he wills it so. That's why. Because if he really wanted to say, he's a benevolent dictator, as I call it.
Mm-hmm.
But you need him to be there because he got a lot of fucking. He actually kept a lot of the fucking corruption in check.
within the country.
Matter of fact, one of the most famous fucking things where he made a lot of those corrupt corporate heads sign this thing, like the country's gonna own half your company, and then he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, give back my goddamn pen."
Yeah, I remember that clip.
Because they were taking all the money out of the country and not giving it back to the people. He said, "Nah, you want to keep making money here? Either relinquish your title or the country owns half." So they had to sign, and he said, "Give me back my goddamn pen."
Oh yeah, when he put it in his pocket. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you got to think he's former KGB colonel.
The president of Russia?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
You could put a few bodies in the ground.
You can tell.
He got that eye.
Yeah.
That's why when my ex asked me, she said, "Well, you murdered people." I said, "If somebody's trying to kill you, is it murder?"
Like, let's put a gun in your head.
I said, "That's why I told women, I cut 4 bitches off this week, right?"
Good
And
move.
that's why one of my homeboys, that's why I made my rant yesterday. It wasn't about I don't like women or I hate women. It's the fact that this is my problem with women.
I'll let it put you.
I said, this is my problem with women. You ask for greatness, but you only take mediocrity. You will take the most sucker ass nigga and love him to death, but you got fucking Superman around you, and they can get mad about it. That is the shit I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
But back to fighting before people say, "Oh, you talk about his females."
Oh yeah.
Is Ray still there?
Hey, what's good, Andre? Why don't you come on up?
Yeah.
Come on up, Maple Leaf.
Well, let me put it to you this way, right? When I talk about greatest of all time, there's only 2 people I would give that title to. Fedor is one of them. Ray Robinson's another.
I was talking about in terms of the heavyweight division. DC, Daniel Cormier, and Bisbee. A lot of them mentioned, or made a little complaint about how there wasn't really there's not a big heavyweight division, such as like when it comes to like PFL. I believe PFL has a big roster.
I don't think the PFL has the greatest. Honestly, let's talk about it. Who does the PFL have? Francis Ngannou, who can already
Francis
beat
Ngannou.
everybody. Who can already beat everybody in the fucking PFL?
Let me look it up. Let me look up their roster. Professional Fighters League.
We only know
roster.
about maybe one or two of them.
Some of the guys they also brought in from Bellator after they bought it.
And here's my thing.
Mhm.
You might have Ryan Bader, if he's still fighting.
Ryan Darth Bader. I think he's still there. Hang on, let me look. By division, heavyweights. You've got what's it? Donagi Abena. He's from he's Dutch. He's Dutch and Surinamese, aka the Silverback. Tyson Pedro from Australia, who's had stints in the UFC, although he was
I
fighting
barely
light
remember
heavyweight.
the names of them cats in the PFL. I barely remember the names.
Because here's my thing. If it ain't Nagano and if it ain't Jones, who the fuck else? You might have whatchamacallit?
Cyril Gahn is still in it though.
Cyril Gahn is in the UFC, but when the UFC, who you got? You got him. You got the eye poker. You got also Alexander Volkov, the Black Beast, Derek Lewis.
What'd you say?
Derek Lewis is a B fighter at best. I love him. No, not him. But he
can knock dudes out.
That last fight, yeah, that was. I'm like, yeah, man, you need to.
Curtis Blades, you got him.
You need to do some soul searching or something, some more training or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't like that last fight. That was just, he was just tired. He gave up.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that a guy like him is going to be world champion.
Nah.
Sorry. I've been watching this goddamn sport since '96.
Yeah, currently, let's see, who are ranked right now at heavyweight? You got Vadim Nemkov. He's one of Fedor's guys. He came in from Bellator. You got Renan Ferreira. He's Brazilian. aka the Problem.
Charles, are you good enough to get Derek Lewis? Would you go against him?
Denis Goltsov. Another Russian. Linton Vassell, I remember him. He fought at light heavyweight, but now he fights at heavyweight. Rodrigo Nascimento.
I mean,
these are guys who are like, yeah, go ahead.
A lot of you motherfuckers need to go watch some Fedor fights. Okay?
Oof. You remember the fight with Kevin Randleman?
Mm-hmm.
Like how he survived that slam on the back of his head?
It's as you said something. I'm about to look at it right now.
Go watch up Fedor Emelianenko highlights.
Especially against him, Kevin Randleman, or against him against Cro Cop.
He's got Russian national championship bronze medals in judo.
Yeah, sorry, I mentioned that earlier. He's a bronze medalist in judo.
This is probably the most complete fucking heavyweight you'll ever see.
One of the scariest guys out there to face. He's got an younger brother, despite his issues.
With the Russian law.
Yeah, especially all those tattoos he's got. Wait, who's the current champ right now?
But everybody who loves him says
Uh-huh. It's only like a handful of people they got right now in as
that's
champion.
like but everybody who met Fedor, you know, said that he's a sweetheart.
He's a very calm, and he's actually a very religious person. Actually, he's a devout Orthodox Christian, Russian Orthodox.
Yep.
That's how he stays grounded.
Some people say, you know, this look, because people talk about his look. The best when it comes to the stare down is Fedor. Watch him. He does not make eye contact. His entire expression is extremely relaxed. You would think he is about to perform a ballet or something. But this is a crucial thing. When the referee tells them to back into their corners, Fedor suddenly darts a short look directly into his opponent. Or through his opponent, I should say. This is the kind of associated with antisocial disorder behavior in psychopaths. They don't look at you, they look through you. It's emotionless. It goes deeper than skin level. You will get a lot of fighters who catch that look, and then suddenly realize they don't want to be there. Vanderlei Silva has a stare down that makes you think this is going to hurt. Fedor makes you think I might die. I mean, there are guys who try to stare me down in combat sports. I have to stop myself from laughing. You know why?
How you gonna intimidate a veteran? Somebody who's been through hell and everything.
I'm rewatching the fight, because I remember him, Fedor. Yep. So yeah, that motherfucker, he is no joke. Rampage just said in a clip that he's his favorite fighter. He's like, he likes a lot of his fights. You know what I mean? And he said, he gets his the hardest. He hit him the hardest out of all of them. So, because he said that punch that took him out his last fight, he said, he didn't see it coming.
You gotta think about it.
You didn't see that punch coming, boy.
You gotta think about it, right? A lot of times when you get a guy like that who comes off shy,
not shy, he's very reserved. He's reserved, actually. Not shy, reserved.
Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
When you get a guy who comes off shy, very reserved, because that's how most people in America are going to take him, as being shy. And you're going to think he's, not really into it. But those are the most dangerous motherfuckers. You know why? Because there's something that turns on and off about them. And once because it's just business, okay? Some people got to be forced to be mean to fight. Some people do it because this is their sport.
Exactly.
And when you have a guy who can turn that shit on and off, some people ask me, Charles, could you do that? I said I've done it a couple of times, several. Like, if we're off the mat,
Randleman, I just seen it too. Oh man, I haven't seen this fight in a minute. Randleman, slammed him on his neck, but he still kept his Fredo still kept his same stoic expression too, boy. And then he reversed
because he was able to adjust.
And then he got him. Let me finish.
Sorry.
And then he got into a position where he reversed the move. I'm like, damn, like not long after he got slammed, but it was cool. He still kept his expression, man, because he got slammed on his neck. He was.
I want you to think about that, because a lot of times you get there, and what happens? You're gonna have what?
Hey, usual.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing, man? How y'all doing?
We're good.
I just wanted to say a few things because I know what you're talking about. I've seen this thing because I've done a little bit. I never did amateur boxing, but I did do a little wrestling in high school. I did a small bit in college, right? I did a little bit for Kennesaw State University, right? So I do know what you mean, especially when you quote unquote, let's say wrestling people who can just turn it off. Like on the mat, they're probably the most savage individuals that you can probably encounter, right? I mean, literally savage, right? But then off the mat, they're the kindest person. I mean, literally, if you drop $1 or drop $10 or something like that, they'll tell you, "Hey, drop some money." Right? But it just depends on when you. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, but when you dealing with people like that, like I call it the Terrence Crawford kind of individuals, man. Terrence Crawford is one of the people like. Even me personally, I'll be like, I don't know if I really want to mess with Terrence Crawford, bro.
Yeah, it's like those guys are just the sweetest people you can meet. Down to earth, just down home, great people. But God, let a bell, let a whistle click, and they're gonna tear you from limb to limb. And when the bell clicks again, they're out picking you up, having drinks, playing with your kids, you know. And I tell a lot of people, I said, you got to remember, like, when you're facing those type of guys, people don't understand when you got a guy like Fedor. Good God, you're watching. If God could send me the greatest fighter I could see,
Was he that
that's
good though?
he was the pound for pound champion in MMA for a decade.
I'm gonna check his stuff out then.
I'm watching. I'm gonna check it out. I'm checking out the clip right now, and I will tell you something. I remember when he was, because he doesn't really speak. He understands English. He doesn't really speak it much. He understands completely. When he did an interview, he did an interview with Opie and Anthony, and Patrice was there, and he had to have his interpreter answer for him, but everybody in that room, they felt his aura. They were kind of petrified because he was so quiet, very calm and relaxed. It was scary. And he wasn't doing anything. He was just like that. He was just his calm, reserved self.
You know what?
And
no more. Okay, sorry. I think I ran into an individual like that one time in my life. Like for me, for the most part, I'm actually kind of gung ho personally, right? But I remember, I think I ran into one individual. He almost put a chill up my spine, and I'm really kind of hard to do that too, though. Greg, I'm telling you, I'm really hard to do that too. But I swear, one day, I mean, he may have just like, I forgot, it was this one dude, man. And he was like, yeah, man, I'm from the hood, bro. You know, I had to drop a couple of people, bro. And like, I mean, the way he turned that energy on, bro, I swear to God, for a second, I was like, I know he wasn't talking to me, but the energy he gave off, necessarily, he was looking at me. I was kind of like, hold on, bro, let me get my knife just in case.
Damn, Charles dropped off. Oh shit.
It's like
he'll be back. He'll be back.
It's like he reminds me of the guy who doesn't need to prove himself.
Yeah.
That's scary to most people because most Americans really want to be around that guy who proves himself.
I'm watching the clip right now, and ooh,
hey, I didn't
the way
see
he was able
fight,
to adjust midair.
I didn't see that. I mean, I didn't see this OG fight, boy. I mean, I vaguely remember it, seeing the clip of it, but I was like, man, actually watching it is awesome. The Korean monster, when he fought the Korean monster dude, that tall motherfucker, that fight was nothing but man mode right there. Damn it, Fedor, damn it, he didn't back away, none of that shit. He kept charging forward. Damn it, hey, he surprised the Japanese. Damn it, they were shocked. He charged at him. Damn it, and was willing to grapple with him and shit. He wasn't scared to grapple with him. He damn near got him in the arm bar
Fedor's a grappler primarily. He's a grappler primarily, so he has to, he can take you down.
He just hits like a freight train.
Most Japanese people do that.
Yeah, he did too, boy. Hey, go ahead.
I mean, I'm saying, when you ever quote unquote fight like Japanese or trained Japanese people, right? Like they really do lean into the quote unquote, the like Batman, they use the fear against people a lot. But once you really ain't scared of them, like me personally, just me, like I'm not that big. I'm like 5'10" almost, right? But when I come up there, I'm sitting right next to them. They, it's kind of like I'm not scared of you, bro. And when it's a different energy, when you're not scared of nobody, it's like okay, whatever, come. But yeah, they real good with that Batman style strategy of adding that fear to you to make you think something else, and that would even give them more power when you actually fight them.
That was a great display of bravery and courage that a lot of men can cipher from. Damn it, you know what I mean?
Oh, look at this. He's got him the arm lock. He's got to tap out. Look what he did to the Korean Giant. He's got him the Korean Monster. Try to put him in an arm lock, but he was able to escape it the first time. And like they trade fists. They just touch gloves after that one. And he's like, okay, I see what you about. And Fedor's no small guy. He's 6'1". He's just got a stocky build.
I want you to think about this. Imagine those short hooks. And if you notice one thing about Fedor, he got a fucking engine. About 240 with an engine.
Dude, this man is small.
6'1", 240. No, he's not small.
No, I mean in comparison, because I'm looking
Korean
at
guy,
this Korean dude. Yeah, I'm looking at the video now. This dude is massive.
He's
Bro. He gotta be at least like
7
6'5",
foot.
7 foot. I think at least like 6'5".
7 foot against a 6'1" Russian, a 6'1" Russian against a 7 footer, and now he's got a tap. He's got him. Man, you should see the fight he had with Andrei Arlovsky.
Oh,
I'm watching. I'm gonna watch that right now.
Oh,
he knocked him clean. M1 Global, he knocked him clean.
I mean,
his fight against Brett Rogers at Strikeforce, oof, he got bloodied up, but he got the finish. Andrei Arlovsky is from Belarus, by the way. M1 Global.
You're thinking
the
about
Pitbull.
When people talk about greatest MMA fighters of all time, if you don't include Fedor, we're not talking anymore.
Yeah. 6 foot, 230, 240.
We're talking about a man who cleaned out the entire. Not only did he clean out the Pride heavyweight division and heavyweight, he cleaned out the UFC division when they came over in Pride. I mean, he's beat like 5, 6, 7 UFC champions.
He fought Krokop twice. He fought Big Nog Nogueira.
No. He fought Krokop when Krokop was kicking the living shit out of people
with that left head kick from Southpaw.
Right kick hospital, left kick.
I'm watching this one he's fighting right now with Brett Rogers. This dude is brother named Brett Rogers.
Strikeforce Brett Rogers. I remember that fight. You know how big he was in the US, how big he was also in the US? If y'all remember, because remember UFC, they wanted to put video games out with EA Sports, right? But they settled with THQ, which was a good move. EA decided to put out their own MMA game with Strikeforce, and the cover stars were Randy Couture and Fedor Emelianenko. You had Boss Rutten in there.
Oh shit, bro.
Yeah. Let's make you appreciate.
No, I'm watching the fight that what I think was Nameless was saying, bro. I'm like, bro, I don't think I remember seeing this fight. Maybe I was too young at the time.
With Fedor with Kevin Randleman, where he got slammed on his head.
No, I'm watching him fight where he was fighting the South Korean monster, Fedor, bro.
Oh, the Korean monster, yeah. Fedor and the Korean monster.
So, I didn't see
the Korean monster. South Korean monster.
Pound fighter from like 2003 to like
2013, something like that.
I mean, to be a heavyweight and to be that great, that tells you how much skill he had. And notice how agile he is on the ground. Like when he gets you in that arm bar, it's quick.
It's quick.
Right? He knows how to move.
And he snap it real without no motion, bro. Like you don't give nothing away either, bro. He just lets you know all of a sudden it's there.
He times it very well. He times the strikes. Only time he's gotten dropped, I remember it was when he was fighting Bellator. in the final of the Grand Prix when they were going to crown a heavyweight champion against Ryan Bader. And Bader dropped him with that lead hook. And then watching him against Arlovsky, 2:18, about less than a little over 2 minutes left in the first round. You know, Arlovsky's like 6'4", and he has a background in he's competed. Yeah.
What the heck? Boy, it's like watching these old Mike Tyson videos. My dad used to be like, "Hey, watch these Mike Tyson videos," and I'd be watching that shit. I'd be like, "Damn, this man was skit, bro." You see these old videos like the old you be like, "Shit, bro."
Yeah, you notice.
Sorry, I'm just watching him knock out. I just watched him how he knocked out Arlovsky. Arlovsky tried to go for a jumping knee, and he caught him in midair.
With overhand. Well,
think with an overhand.
How fast he was moving. He's not a muscle-bound guy, but he's powerful.
He's not.
No. He's very efficient with his technique, with his boxing, everything.
And then he's powerful. He had an engine.
And Arlovsky jumped into the fight and jumped into the punch. And he's like, "Oh, what the fuck happened?"
And notice
he stopped.
When he's throwing,
tried to go for the jumping knee. Ooh, right in the chin. And he just hit him in midair. Nowhere else was it to go down. And Fedor's like, all right.
Man, it's so crazy. Like, as I've been watching, as I've been studying, like, listen to Black American history, right? And it's going through, like, just studying. You have so many great fighters.
He hit the canvas hard.
And I'm
it's a good thing you had whatchamacall.
Like, these people should be well known and have like a statue built to them in their town or in their city, but they don't, which is the hilarious part about this.
It lets you know what we think about combat athletes in America. Well, I'm pretty sure Fedor probably has a statue of Russia.
No, he's too humble for that, because remember, like I said, he's very religious and he understands the importance of humility.
Well, he wouldn't do it, but the country would.
Yeah.
I mean,
here's something. Here's something unique about Fedor also. You know how devotedly religious he is. When he would walk out to the ring in Pride, as well as in Strikeforce, he made it a point that his entrance song was a religious hymn sung by a priest that he knows personally.
Oh, Jesus Christ, boy, man, I'm gonna turn this shit off, but yeah, he beat the hell out of this man. Jesus Christ, boy. It's like my person that Tej Crawford / what's that dude he beat up really bad? I forgot his name. Got in a car accident. Oh man. Not David Haney. What was the dude name? Damn it, I forgot his name right now, but Jesus, bro.
Shit. I'm checking out the clip with him and Crow Cop.
Hey, Brett Rogers though was pounding on him though. Shit, man, when he had him on the ground, I'm like, ooh.
Brett Rogers made him to bleed out of his nose.
Yeah, in the first round.
Oh, that's nothing.
Crow Cop is somebody you don't, take lightly either. Crow Cop is a badass in his own right.
But he
lethal.
He out-kickboxed Crow Cop.
Crow Cop is also a member of was a retired member of the Croatian Special Police Unit.
Yeah, you got to think about it.
He's a badass.
Kickboxing with a K1 level kickboxer and was beating him.
Was he K1 champion at one time? Yeah, he was a K1 champion.
Do you know how good kickboxing you have to be to go toe-to-toe with a K1 level kickboxer?
Well, you got to be insane and badass about it,
Watch this fucking.
I'm watching the highlights, especially how he was able to keep Krokov on the ground on his back, and he was able to stay on him and slip out and move and get. Even though he was, there was blood, somebody was getting busted open. Oh, he busted open Krokov a couple of times. Oof. And then when Krokop was able to get back up, like, oof. Oh. He would counterpunch. That's how he would just bait him to hit him. Like, come on. And Krokop, I don't think he has much of a ground game, does he?
Not them.
Not much, no. Not much, no. You know, he's a kickboxer. Oof. But, you know, he's got some clinch work, but no, oof. But, oh, when he got taken to the ground, you know, he got taken down. He'd be raining down punches, you know, trying to get in. Krokop would try to, like, oh man, they got, you know, Krokop, you know, Fedor was welted up. His left eye was his left eyebrow was swollen. But Krokop was like exhausted, getting worn out like that. Oof. Round 3 and like, oh, good one. First takedown, but you know, he got countered. Oof. The ground and pound, trying to submit him, but it wasn't working. And ow. You're sweaty, you're slippery. Ooh, good trip. Oh, took out the support leg. Took out that lead leg, and oh, he took him down. Got on top of him. All right, that was it. End of the round. It's like, what the hell? Oh, after 3 rounds, Fedor won by unanimous decision. And the respect. I'm looking up Fedor against Dan Henderson.
Ooh.
When they were in Strikeforce on Showtime.
This lets you know how great Dan Henderson is.
Hendo was no joke. He could fight in like 3 different weight divisions: heavyweight, light heavyweight, and middleweight.
No, Charles, can I ask you a question though?
You I have an answer?
Yeah. Well, you should be. My question is, I don't know if you've seen what's that fight? What is it? Ryan Garcia's necessary fight, right? Garcia's. I'm sorry, Garcia's. I'm sorry. I think he said he wanted to fight Shakur Stevens. My question is, what is your opinion on that match? If you have an opinion,
They should have been fought.
Okay. I can actually agree with that too.
I think that's the problem with boxing today. How long did it take the 4 kings of yesteryear to fight? They would have had rematches by now.
Fights and rematches within a year.
They would
in
have
a 12-month period.
So the problem is
nobody was ducking or taking too long.
You're waiting. You're doing the Mayweather shit because right now everybody wants to do this little
money fights.
You're already making money, so
I mean, I guess they want that. You know that was that what's the name payday? Basically, they want that Mayweather payday. They trying to get that $200,000-$300,000 $1 million fight. So
I think Mayweather kind of ruined boxing with that a little bit.
Oh, you want that 8-9 million? You want that 8-figure deal, huh?
Don't get me wrong. You should get your money because you're putting your body on the line. But fight.
But you got to be worthy of that kind of quote unquote price tag. And most folk, that's what I'm not gonna lie to you. When you actually take the time to really go through their resume, they're not really that kind of payout, bro. So but I don't know. I guess I can't call it greed because is it greedy if you can get it? I mean,
nah. I would say if you know how to promote the fight and everything, and because remember, it's not just enough. It's not just the pay-per-views. It's how many people are gonna be paying tickets to sit down, come to the fight venue and watch you fight.
True.
Are you a draw? Just like in wrestling, are you a draw? Do people want to see you Are you willing? Are you able to put butts in seats?
Yeah. Definitely. So I mean, if you can pull it, I guess you can pull it, man. So yeah. But a lot of the
Yeah.
times, like Ron Garcia, I don't know if you're gonna try to be able to pull them kind of, I got 300K. I'm not got 300K. I got 300 million.
No,
Fights.
that's the reason why they go to those sheiks, because nobody in America's really going over to the, gonna have those type.
They got to go to Riyadh to have those fights, huh?
I mean,
they're going to Riyadh.
No, for me personally, the places I've been watching fights at lately, man, has been one champion, like the Asian people, because them Asians be hooking, bro. Say what you want to, they may not be as big, but they be hooking, and their technique is amazing. They
got a big market. It's a big. Exactly. First of all, one championship. It's a big market because it's not because first of all, the company is based in Singapore, but they hold their fight cards all over Southeast Asia.
Exactly.
The Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Japan, Indonesia, Japan. I don't know about China. No, Japan. Japan. They have Japan. They already have another fight. They already have an MMA promotion. It's called Rizin. Because if you remember Pride FC, after Pride folded, half the people behind it, they went to form another organization called Dream. That was short lived. The one group did that. Another group, they went to and formed the Rizin.
Oh, okay.
So, but I'm sure they have a fight in Japan. But I'm sure they would fight in whatchamacallit. I'm sure they would fight. They would have fights in whatchamacallit.
In Japan, yeah, but the thing is, Japan, the Rise Japan thing ain't big. Like, if you ask anybody who not quote unquote in that area, do you know what was it one championship? They'll tell you, yeah, I know one championship. If you ask somebody who don't know Rise, yeah, if they ask you, do you know what is Rise? They'd be like Rise and Doe, like
Rising
going up. Yeah, I'm saying like the people want to know who that was. That they know one championship.
That's true. Yeah, they know what one championship is because I've seen it. And yeah, they got some good fights. I think the problem is it's just exposure. But then again, they cater to a different market. Although they do hold, they've held a few fights in North America, like on the West Coast as well, like in the West Coast as well as in Western Canada.
Man,
all on that Pacific Coast, man.
He went out there and tried to train. He went to Thailand and started training, man. He sent me the videos. I was like, bro, I'm. Right now, I'm even considering going out there and training a little bit. I did a little wrestling, but man, like I had that kind of background.
Muay Thai is no joke, man.
It is no joke, bro. So, I mean, for me personally, like this would be a blessing to go out there and do that, and I can be able to, with the film while I'm out there too, and make a little money on the side. Oh yeah, man. But yeah. That's neither here nor there, man. But I want to say I appreciate Charles, Namer, and everybody else, man. It's like 6:10 right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and take and go ahead and go to sleep, man. But I appreciate all of y'all, man, especially y'all pick your brains of elder men. So I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. All right, everybody. Yeah. Woo, let's get out of here.
Bye.